naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black created Rough Greens. It breaks the vet visit cycle with live nutrients your dog needs to thrive from the inside. There's a reason it's known as America's #1 dog supplement. Thousands of pet parents are getting off the vet visit merry-go-round and seeing the difference. You can try it for yourself with a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping, because the best doctor visit is the one you never have to make. Roughgreens.com. Use the discount code Chris. That's RUFFgreens.com. Promo code Chris. RUFFgreens.com. And use the promo code Chris to break the cycle today.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hi, this is Rhett
Fox Facts.
He wasn't born in a blizzard. Frosty the Snowman was actually built in a boardroom.
Happy birthday, Frosty!
The Jolly Snowman with the corncob pipe and a button nose first appeared in 1950, not from folklore, but from the same team behind Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Songwriter Steve Nelson and Jack Rollins wanted another winter hit, so they dreamed up a snowman who came to life with a magic hat. Gene Autry, who just scored big with Rudolph, recorded Frosty the Snowman, and it became an instant holiday classic. Nearly 20 years later, Jimmy Durante version brought Frosty to new generations in the 1969 animated TV special, the one most of us still hear today.
Frosty the Snowman was a jolly happy soul.
So Frosty wasn't shaped by children playing in the snow. He was shaped by radio, records, and a bit of marketing magic. Matt Murphy, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Venezuela is nervous. I'm Kevin Uretsky, Fox News. Tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela are ramping up even further. Fox's Madeline Rivera in Washington with the latest.
U.S. Southern Command struck another alleged drug boat in the Eastern Pacific yesterday, marking at least the 30th strike since September 2nd. U.S. officials say 2 men were killed. The U.S. has conducted most of its operation in international waters, from targeting boats that they say are carrying drugs to seizing oil tankers. But it appears the U.S. has conducted the first known land strike in Venezuela. The president giving more details about something he first mentioned last week in a radio interview, saying they hit a facility where ships come from. The president did not say whether the strike was conducted by the military or the CIA.
More than 100 people have reportedly been killed since those strikes on the boats began in September. Federal authorities have arrested a Texas man who investigators say gave money and bomb components to undercover agents, thinking he was supporting ISIS. Fox's Brooke Taylor has more.
This investigation started back in October when an undercover NYPD officer flagged a social media account belonging to John Michael Garza Jr. The account followed several pro-ISIS pages and commented on ISIS posts. The undercover officer started talking with Garza, who described himself as a 21-year-old Mexican-American living in Texas. Over the course of 2 months, Garza sent ISIS media releases to the undercover agent, including videos of suicide bombings and instructional bomb-making videos.
He's now charged with an international terrorism offense. And a derailed CSX train leaked a flammable chemical and sparked a fire in southern Kentucky this morning, prompting authorities to issue a shelter-in-place order that was later lifted. No injuries were reported. America is listening to Fox News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Stay cool cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
A former close ally of President Trump had some scathing criticism of him now. Fox's Ryan Schmelz with the details.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene says loyalty to President Trump is a one-way street, and it ends like that whenever it suits him. The Georgia Republican, who's retiring in January, in an interview with the New York Times, criticizing the commander-in-chief, claiming he does not have any faith and alleging there's a Mar-a-Lago sexualization of women in the MAGA movement. The White House firing back, saying the once loyal Congresswoman is, quote, quitting on her constituents in the middle of her term and abandoning the consequential fight we're in. We don't have time for a petty bitterness. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
We're now just hours away from the start of 2026, and New York City leaders are promising the usual celebrations and safety for those who participate. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams said, standing in Times Square, that while people file in to ring in the new year,
it is our job to make sure they're able to do that in a level of safety.
That, of course, means police assets visible and not among the revelers. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch said there are no known threats to Times Square right now. Should that change, intelligence units will be ready
to investigate any reports in real time.
Also, Mayor Adams' term will end as the year does, and he said he plans to celebrate in his own way.
I'm looking forward to a single malt scotch and a cigar.
In New York City, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
An annual Kennedy Center New Year's Eve concert is canceled. The Cookers Jazz Band didn't give a reason, but some band members confirm it's over the center's rebranding to include President Trump's name on the center. I'm Kevin Uretsky, and this is Fox News.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details. JCB and Ken Micronesia Inc. present the 3rd annual Tomodachi Run Walk, hosted by Japanese International Academy of Guam. Mark your calendar, Sunday, January 11th at UOG. Register early and save. Early bird pricing ends December 31st. Bring your family and friends. Group discounts for participants for just $60. Everybody's got a chance to win our grand prize, a trip to Japan. First 300 finishers will receive a special Run Guam original t-shirt. Enjoy a tasty treat at the finish line. Free Inari Sushi, courtesy of Dun Dun Donkey. Walk, jog, or run. Everyone's welcome. Come make wonderful memories together with the Japanese International Academy of Guam.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime Event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Hoffa and Good Morning Guam at 6:07 on Wednesday, the 31st of December. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A Superior Court judge is deciding whether to release a murder suspect on house arrest. Donald Lacknow is charged with the April shooting death of Carl Gargarita in Agate. Lacknow's attorney argues the suspect is a suitable candidate for electronic monitoring at a residence in Santa Rita, Sumay, but Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan expressed concern that the proposed home is less than 1 block away from the victim's family members. Prosecutors are also asking the court to keep Lacknow behind bars, calling him a threat to the community. The judge will make a final ruling on January 7 after the AG's office confirms the home location. Meanwhile, AG Doug Moylan has launched a new billboard campaign called The Purge to highlight the removal of foreign criminals from Guam. The sign shows a shackled inmate holding a passport and luggage with the word purged across the image. Moylan says his office has deported or started the process for 110 individuals since January 2023. The program offers non-U.S. citizens early release from prison if they agree to leave the island and never return. Moylan says the campaign aims to protect residents from repeat offenders and meth addicts. The billboards include a QR code linking to videos of those who have been removed. We'll have more news after this. Public Auditor B.J. Cruz says GovGuam is entering 2026 without a completed audit for fiscal year 2024. By law, the audit was due June 30, 2025, but Cruz now aims to finish it by the end of January 2026. He says GDOE is the main holdup, citing ongoing shortages of qualified accounting staff. GDOE receives over $200 million a year, and GovGuam cannot close its books without its audit. Several other agencies also missed the deadline. If finished after January 27, it would be one of the latest audits in decades. And Guam's tourism recovery remains slow as the landmark DFS Galleria begins clearing out vendors today. The 31st marks a major move-out deadline for shops inside the Tumon Center ahead of its final closure in March. Tourism arrivals for the last fiscal year totaled only 729,000, which is less than half of the pre-pandemic levels. GVB is now pushing for $11 million in emergency funding to lure airlines back to the island. Officials warn that the next 18 months are critical for the industry's survival. Without more flights, officials fear more long-time businesses will follow the luxury retailer out the door. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Skate park. We'll just do it. It's find the guy. What's his name? Leonidas. We'll find that guy, Clayton, and we'll talk to the DFS
lifelong
people.
Local.
Exactly, lifelong local, Black Widow, etc. We'll go in there, clean the place up, get rid of that perfumey smell that is all going to be. That's got to be in the paint now. That perfume smell's got to be in the paint by now. We go in there and we'll take everything out and we'll just figure out what to do with the floor. And we'll have like disco parties in there with skate disco parties, and we'll have a skating rink and a skateboard area and something. You know what? Maybe even a velodrome, like for cyclists.
I like it.
Well, I mean, there's got to be. It's got to be wide enough to be able to do something like that. Yeah, we build up some banks. Just saying, we got to think outside the box. I was sitting there. I was looking at the place yesterday, wondering, what was going to happen with the whole facade. What are they going to do with that so that it doesn't just look like? You remember every once in a while you'd go in the back and go to where Hoffa Day like 2 and 3 was out in the far side. Yeah. Almost like you're already at the bar. What was the name of the place? Anyway, so sidelines. Across the fence from sideline. All right, so you remember you go in there and they still got the movie posters from the Lemony Snicket and stuff like that. That's what I'm worried it's going to look like in Tumon after DFS closes. Are they going to take all of the signs down? Are they going to do all of that stuff? And if they do, how are we going to cover that up? How do we change that facade so it doesn't look like we're out of business?
We'll mural it.
Murals?
Yeah, all over murals.
Okay,
it's huge.
We'll come up with some artwork for the murals and have artificial intelligence do some drawings and some design. 6:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Here's that weather for the last Wednesday of 2025. Partly sunny with highs near 85 degrees for today. East winds 8 to 14 miles an hour, gusting as high as 18 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy tonight. Is this going to be perfect fireworks viewing weather? Overnight lows about 76 degrees. East winds 8 to 13 miles an hour. Chances of precipitation this evening about 30%. So bring an umbrella if you're going to be going out. Tomorrow, New Year's Day, mostly sunny, it says, with daytime highs of about 86 degrees. Easterly winds 9 to 15 miles an hour. Nice and breezy, about 18 mile an hour gusts that we can expect. And tomorrow night, partly cloudy skies with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. For the first Friday of 2026, we've got mostly sunny in the forecast. Daytime highs about 86 degrees as well. There's partly cloudy Friday night with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Heat index going to make it feel like 92 degrees today. Only a 20% chance of rain. Careful on the waters. Might be some rip currents and high surf warnings. Surf was, I don't want to say surf was up yesterday. Had the opportunity to spend yesterday afternoon with the girls down at in Tumon Bay. Absolutely fantastic weather for that, and maybe again today. Sunrise this morning at 6:43. It'll be about 6:44 tomorrow morning if you're going to be looking for someplace on the eastern side of the island to bring in the first sunrise of 2026. So keep that in your head by the thinking in terms of, okay, what time do I really need to wake up, get in the car, and drive over to Tagatsing or someplace like that. So 6:43 for sunrise today. Sunset tonight is going to be about 6:04. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for over 70 New Year's. There.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the morning melt panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
Bundle smarter, work better. When you're running a business, every decision counts. Now's your chance to make one that gives you more. For a limited time, get hybrid fiber internet up to 1 gig for as low as $125 a month. Plus, get up to 6 months of free internet and free Samsung Galaxy earbuds when you bundle with Docomo Pacific. Ready to get started? Try our free bundles calculator by visiting info.docomopacific.com/radio25. While supplies last, some conditions apply.
6:15, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Either of you guys want the mass schedule? I got the mass schedule. Anybody want the mass schedule?
What's the short mass?
What? Now you do want the mass.
What's the short?
Are you playing today?
I'm playing today. I forgot.
You forgot you're playing today? Where at a mass? Are you doing a mass?
Yeah, at Anderson.
Anderson Air Force Base. Okay, gotcha.
5 o'clock.
Because they've got there's Christians up there.
Attention on deck.
There it is. Okay, so Donna's going to be doing the thing here. So the mass that I've got for New Year's at the cathedral is going to be 8 a.m. for the mass after New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
How dare they?
Your Holiness. Come on, there's people. You got to. Maybe can we? I don't want to say hangovers. I don't want to say hangovers.
No, we don't want to say it.
So can we make the host like little Alka-Seltzers and just
plop, fizz.
There might be some people that need that. 8 o'clock in the morning. You know what time you got to be awake to make it to the cathedral at 8 o'clock? And then you wait. You got to make your way through all the homeless people in the front steps, all of that stuff. All right, so 8 a.m. at the Cathedral Great School. I'll go over some of the other. I'm looking for the churches that I know that my folks are going to be probably attending. Where's the one, Maina? Where's the
tiny church?
Yeah. My brother likes to go to that one.
Church.
That's no, it's a great mass, and the place doesn't crowd up, and they got a great band.
No doubt. Yeah.
What am I supposed to call it? It's not a band. It's a choir? All right. I'm looking for the correct nomenclature here. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you. Maybe even more so because it's the last the last Ray Gibson Show of 2025.
It's the end.
Yeah. The closing of the year, and I'm delighted to see that other people in the media did their best of 2025. I always threaten to do that. I always threaten that when I'm going to go.
We never saw it coming.
I'm going to go and get my notebooks from the year and look at all the big stories and stuff that we talked about and raged about and riffed on over the course of the year. And then I come to my senses and I go, that sounds like too much work. Somebody at PDN or Post will do it. I'll just read from theirs because we were all here. We're at the same time at KUAM News. We're all here doing the news here together. So I'll just take a look and see what they've got. And as usual, the omissions of the year are also going to be kind of important. They always leave out. Remember when the aliens landed back in September?
I remember
right,
that
with the UFO
clearly.
and everything. We come in peace. They always leave those stories out. It's like they're like anti-UFO culture,
theater.
all of that stuff. Anyway, so there's I might riff on some of that. Might also spend some time talking to people riffing about what our expectations about 2026 are. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot just yet. I think we're all kind of there's always this wait and see thing. Ever since COVID, bro. Ever since COVID, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It's January, and everybody starts coming back from the Philippines like me, and we all got a tickle in our throat that turns into a cough, and then we can't taste any food, can't taste anything that we're drinking or anything like that, and going, wow, what the heck is that? As it turns out, it turned into a worldwide, an unnecessary worldwide pandemic, and that was the beginnings, I think, of when we thought, wow, it could be worse. Wow, it could be a lot worse, and just try to come out and recover from that. We still haven't done it, although I will say I want to talk about goofing off yesterday. So I was getting ready to leave the office, and I beat my daughter who's in town for the Christmas holidays, and I said, "What are we doing today?" And she says, "Well, I'm already at the beach." Oh, okay. So I run home, grab my beach supplies, get down to the beach, and she said, "Okay, good, you're here. I'm hungry." So I was able to slurp down a couple of beers before we decided that we were going to go find somewhere in Tumon where we might be able to go and get something to eat. And she doesn't have these like massive expectations, but so we found a place that had the requisite amount of high-priced appetizers and cold beer, and got our hands on some of that. But it was kind of nice at the end. We parted company. And I walked back to about where the Hyatt tennis courts are, because that's where I left the car. And I passed by the Sandcastle, and I was delighted because there was more than one or two tourists that were taking their picture in front of the I Heart Guam sign that they've got on the parking lot, the front yard, over at the Sandcastle. But I did my thing and did my ambassador of tourism deal, and I even took pictures. I even took pictures of ugly tourists. Normally, I just go after the Korean hot pants and say, hey, can I take a picture of you over in the thing? But I took care, a couple of senior citizens and families, and that, did not do the discrimination. And it occurred to me because I went back, passed by the car and went back to the beach and just hung out there for the rest of the day, and took in the wildlife. I think there were some United flight attendants on the beach. They were goofing off and having a good time and looking sweet. Korean hot pants all over the place, and then this woman comes out of the ocean right towards me, like a mermaid, like a Japanese mermaid comes out of the ocean, and she blurts out in broken English, "What time is it?" And I'm like, I don't know. How do I say this back to her? I looking at my watch and showing her the watch.
My name is Layman.
Ended up going, it's 3:28, and I'm going, okay, so 3 sa 20 need you. It would have been need you something, and I couldn't remember how to say 8 in Japanese, so I rounded it down to 5.
Nice.
Three.
Yeah.
Need to go. So I hope I didn't. I hope I didn't ruin any of their reservations for the day. But it was nice, being able to interact. And there were a lot of tourists out there. So whatever is happening, I think it's whatever the exchange rates are. I don't know if that's making much of a difference. I'm sure that a significant reason many of them are getting on airplanes and traveling out to the provinces of Guam is because it's freezing cold everywhere else. I think I got a weather report from friends in Korea last week, and I said, "Wow, it's nice. It's 74 degrees when I got in the car this morning," and they sent me theirs that said like 9 or something like that. So here we are in the tropics, enjoying the end of 2025 and the beginning of 2026. And I think I'm going to take that confidence that I had of being the ambassador to tourism. You can be the ambassador of tourism in Tumana anytime you want to. You just smile and wave and offer to take pictures, offer cold beers, learn how to say what time it is in 2 or 3 different languages. That is going to go a long ways to bringing them back to Guam. 6:23 in the morning. Contact information on the program. You know how it works. 888-825-5888-TALK. That's a telephone number if you want to use that. Real Joe has tested the machine. Looks like everything is working. All systems are go. So if we get important telephone calls from the president or vice president of the United States of America, we'll be able to put them on the air.
Hang up on them.
No.
Hang up on Orange Man.
On hold, sir. Mr. Gibson will be with you. Yes,
Okay,
President Trump. Do you
right.
have a question or comment for Ray?
Be proper.
Just put him on hold, and I'll pick him up on the other side of that. Meme Machine is online. We got pictures coming in from Jeff over at Pirates Cove. Not quite sunrise. Another 20 minutes or so between now and then, but we got some great gray line pictures that are coming in from that side of the island as well. Naturally, we got our own stuff. I mean, I put things in the Meme Machine here as well, and I think I want to start with this. I think this is going to be this is peak Doug Moylan, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot, they got the one last week and everybody last month, and everybody said that was child abuse, and then the other ones were
family violence.
Yeah, family violence, that kind of thing, and now we got this one here. I'm wondering what the graffiti is going to be when these are out here, when the graffiti, the anti-Doug graffiti guy gets out there and puts the graffiti on the new billboards. What word or words will it say?
You're going to cut off that rat tail, Ray.
It's got the rat tail on it, and there's tattoos, and he's got there's tribal tattoos like that, and there's an individual with a DOC T-shirt, passport, and a carry-on. We're running around with torn short jeans, and he's got what do they call the shackles on his ankles?
Those are nice Zoris.
Those are nice Zoris.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
We're going to take you home with your Zoris on, and one little buck tooth sticking out there. I don't know who does his artwork.
It's the last
I want to hire him.
Of 2025.
Last tooth of 2025. So purged is the word that they are using here to try to get rid of as many people. And I want you to know, not that it would come as a surprise, I completely support this endeavor. I completely support the endeavor. I don't care where you're from. If you are fortunate enough to live someplace where your leaders were able to put together a pretty good set of negotiations that would allow you to come to the United States of America, as in Guam, USA.
Package deal.
And maybe get a job, get an education, learn some experience, and then maybe one of these days go back to your home island and improve it there based on what you've learned here. That's one thing. But so a lot of these guys, they get out here and discover that there is no adult supervision, no aunties or uncles or mothers or grandmothers that they've got to report to, and the first thing they do is try to figure out just how much alcohol they can consume in one night and still stand. And many of them, I think, have broken their island's records for that kind of thing. They get in a lot of trouble, and I think after a couple of times, after people like me and Donna and Real Joe start seeing the same names pop up in the magistrate reports, then I think it's time for them to go. Eddie Jerome Baza-Calvo had a very, very good program of deportation, and then Lulian Guerrero got to be the governor of Guam, and in 7.5 years, I don't think she has deported anybody. I don't think she's deported anybody.
You're saying Eddie deported the most?
It's possible. I don't think he's got Trump's record, but
Oh, you're
that's the deal. You're given an opportunity, and if you blow it, you gotta go and never, ever, 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 ever come back. That's the part of the agreement that I like. So yeah, we'll talk to Doug about this a little bit later on. Get your thoughts as well if you want to. 888-8255. Like I said, you can throw stuff in at 797-8255 if you got some interesting memes that you want to share with us here at the radio station. What's this one say? I was talking about AI and making images, text images for to replace the big signs of all the fancy things they sell over at DFS, the fancy merchandise they got there. And we use AI to do that. This one I saw on X this morning. I thought it was interesting. Your future doctor is using ChatGPT to pass med school, so you better start eating healthy. Make this if you're looking for an excuse to use that as your New Year's resolution, do that one here.
Fear tactics.
Exactly. But I know some of these kids, and I think that might be true. Anyway, 6:27 in the morning, lots and lots on my table of contents. As you can see, I'm really, really excited about being here with you, hosting along with Real Joe, who gets the phone, and Donna D, who's going to take care of news. What?
Gets the phone, Yeah, who's that guy?
I don't know, but anyway, so Donna D is going to be taking care of news and headlines for us through the course of the morning. Anything else that you want to talk about, just leave a message here on the Facebook Live and the YouTube Live. I'll check on those as we move through the broadcast. But we don't move through the broadcast without taking attendance with all of these revelers here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
It's going to be in Tucson at midnight, even though we tried yesterday, but that's where everybody knows your name. It'll be in Tucson, but everybody's, somebody sent me a thing on the meme machine because we were riffing yesterday on what I think would be a great idea and probably wonderful for families and parents and things like that is we got to get out of the habit of having the fireworks at midnight. I know it's midnight when we go from 2025 to 2026.
That's when the ball drops.
I get it. I understand. But, just for people that just don't want to stay up that late, don't want to have to find crap for the kids to do. They're normally asleep by, 10, 11 o'clock at, right? 9 or 10. Now you got to keep them awake for another 2 or 3 hours. You've got to stay awake for a couple more hours. And then, of course, there's all the crazies that are out there that have been drunk since about noon on New Year's Day, and you got to deal with them in the traffic and all of that. So maybe we'll just do it. And then, so my buddy was writing in. He says, we need to do it at like 8 o'clock at night, and we'll do it in the village. So you don't have to go all over, the island. You don't have to drive from one place to another. You just like in your own village. Go down to the Central Village Park.
Like many baby luau's popping off.
Mayor's office. Yeah. Hey, did we ever get the schematics for the canyon?
Oh, no, man.
We'll see if we can return to that concept and that topic as we make our way through the program. Auntie Bennett Lohan-Duenas, as she has for most of 2025, comes in at number 1 today on the Facebook Live. There's Gerald Young, EOD, kaboom.
Hot wives.
I'll bet that guy knows how to make a canyon.
I bet he does. I bet he knows how to take one apart.
All the skills and all of that. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitchitu is online. Lori with a Y, Duenas, half a day to you. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitchitu says Happy New Year, Ray and friends. Who's got the birthday? Is it Lori that's is turning 66 today?
I believe so.
I think that's my recollection from yesterday.
Happy birthday.
JB St. Nicholas online saying good AM all. You didn't tell me something yesterday. You didn't tell me yesterday that it was Josh Tenorio's birthday.
Oh, it was?
Yes. You didn't tell me either.
Know.
Nobody said anything. No,
if it's his birthday, then happy birthday.
I would not have made any insinuations had I known that it was his birthday.
I got
yesterday.
kicked out of the chat, Ray. Yeah, so
I think maybe
never
that's
got the
that's what happened. Is I'm no longer in that chat. I don't know why. JB St. Nicholas is halfway to the weekend. Is that what you're thinking? Is it last Wednesday of the year, and that's the only significance? Is we're halfway to the first weekend of 2026? Sorry, got to use the dramatic reading voice while I still can. Smug Wimps online says good morning, Auntie Bennett, EOD, Lori, Elizabeth, JB, and everyone. Nice to see you in the thing here. Nice to see Jay. Now to celebrate safely tonight, folks. Don't drink and drive, says JB St. Nicholas. We've got the Smug Wimp saying, Jerome. And I think I might have a couple of interesting comments from Jerome as we go down the list here. Nice to see Nate Horn saying half a day to everybody. I got more from him and Nate and Ken Augustin on the line. Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
Says, good morning, Ray and the Point Gangs.
Good morning, guy. Happy
All
New
right,
Year.
good to have you hanging out in the machine. Gilbert Glenn from Knoxville, Tennessee, where it's still 2025. Oh, wait a minute, it's still 2025 here. But it's New Year's Eve in Knoxville, Tennessee.
You'll figure it out, man.
And there's Peterson says, adios, 2020. Where you been, bro?
He's been working, man.
It's been like a...
He's been in court losing cases.
Well, he could not have been in court. Because the court had the 5-day weekend last week as well. Thank you, Point, for 2025. No, Elizabeth Mendiola Kita, too. Thank you and everybody else for 2025. I was asked to remark on what I thought were the big deals in 2025 and what it revealed, and I think the point that I made was it revealed that we really do have Pika's best listeners here at this radio station. I've been knocking around in this business for 45 years, and I tell you what.
Are we gonna cry?
No. But in all of the years, all of my different versions of Ray Gibson, from a long time ago to where I am today, I got to say, as much as I've loved all of the listeners over the years, it's this version, the team that we've got centered around this program that I think I love absolutely the most. Last trash day, too, of 2025, says Stephen Blake. Let me see. Ron Castro says, Biba and Nuevo Pointers. That's right. Get rid of it. You don't want any unnecessary clutter in the house on New Year's.
Vibes, right?
Yeah.
Bad
So
spirits.
somebody printed out.
Sage?
Oh, I printed it out, so I'm going to use it. Different ways that many countries have traditions that they believe will bring good luck for the new year. Now, I told you I was literally running around with my friend Kat, and I asked Kat about her New Year's traditions, and one of them obviously is, you got to sweep the old out, sweep the house, sweep the old dust and dirt and grime from 2020. No, you got to make the time. But she said one of the other things that she does, and I'm, Kat, if you're listening, if you're watching, I'm doing it. She says, always have money in your pocket on New Year's. And that way, the hope is that in the course of the new year that you're going into, that likewise you will always have money in your pocket. Now, this was the biggest thing this is the biggest bill I could conjure at the house.
It's not a $2 bill.
It's
Ray.
a $1 bill. This is the biggest money I could find in the house. But I've decided that I'm going to try to adopt this, and we'll all of us see if this works in 2026. Will this multiply and make more $1 bills for me? Or is this the last of the spending money, and I'm going to be bankrupt in 2025? That's a way to do that. I guess it's not a holiday today. Ready for a 4-day weekend, says Ken Augustin. What's that? Ismail Velez online. Is it long? Okay, it's not too long. I'll read it. Trump offers Zelensky a guaranteed 15 years of safety and security in order for a peace treaty with Russia. Zelensky asked for more. Trump says, take the deal or I walk away. Zelensky says, you cannot trust Putin will keep his word. I agree with Zelensky on that point. Trump walks away, telling Zelensky, you need to take this deal, and then leaves. Then a greedy Zelensky leaves, and suddenly Ukrainian drones attack Putin's house. Yeah, I think that was it. But didn't the Russians didn't the Russians send over some drones? I mean, there's so much going on. It's hard to keep track, and I think for a lot of people, it's just this blah 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 going on about Ukraine and Putin and war and whatever. So it might not be in your field of view, but I did not. Russia send drones into Zelensky's neighborhood earlier in the week. I want to say that was an actual story. Henry Manglotnia's online. Oba Scoba from Auntie Bennett. Good to see you in the machine. Dana Mancipit. Hey, half a day. She's saying good morning. Nice to see you on the line. Hope we get a chance to revel into the New Year's together at some point. More from Lori Duenas. Lou Mendiola says, Happy New Year, Guam, and to the point familia. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for all the help and encouragement. We're all strong because of Eric Chong. What's that? More Battle of the Billionaires. Musk versus Gates, says Ismail. Gates claims that Trump is responsible for thousands of deaths because of his disbanding the U.S. aid. Musk calls Gates a liar and says, you have an NGO with $80 billion. If you actually cared, you could step in and cover for any U.S. aid shortfalls. Speaking of billionaires,
oh yeah,
we have a new one. Beyonce. Yeah, right. I don't know. There was a time that
she's a billionaire,
and there's a couple of Beyonce tunes
singer
that I like, right? But for the most part, there's an annoying note in her voice. And if I walk in someplace and they're doing the best of Beyonce or something like that, I will either leave or ask them to turn it down or put on another Spotify or something because I can't. No, stop it. Auntie Bennett and Alicia Duenas Anderson's online. Tony and Annette and Pinko Anna. Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last. Pika's best vice speaker and Pika's best funeral home director. I got to say, Tony, you weren't in the thing yesterday.
Good morning.
And I thought you were mad at me for giving you a hard time about the octopus thing.
Oh, that's right.
And so later in the program, we made the joke. Hey, Real Joe, you know what? I think we've seen the last. Tony Ada. We were talking about what to do with the DFS building. Yeah, I say skate park. Dave Duenas agrees. Bring back skate land and skates and blades. We'll put skate. Oh, there are multiple stories, so we can put skate land. Oh, this is smart. There's skate land on the bottom and skateboarding on the top because they don't have a parking lot roof.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. That could be fun. Alan Ballben. Hey, this is my bro saying buenos morning. And Yao Pete. Good to see Gene Uggan Martinez in San Diego checking into the program today. Says buenos Ray Gibson. Good to see you there with Jerome and all of the other California Guamanians. 0 degrees, going to be a white New Year, says B-Man Dennis Larson, sending in a video here to the meme machine. Stand by. Let me go get this thing up on the screen. I've never seen something like this. It is apparently some kind of cocktail gizmo where you put it smokes your drink. Yeah. So I don't know what the.
Oh man!
You ever see something like that?
Yeah, sets it up with a little bit of.
What is that? What a drink like this set you back at one of the fancy places in Tumon?
$250
plus a tip. Okay, got you, Brad. Let me see. Got Jerome McDonald on the thing. Tattoo Shauna Fujikawa Stickles says Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. May you have great happiness, health, and wealth in 2026. Tattoo Shauna, I picked out this shirt for you. I've worn it before. I like this shirt.
Dude.
There's beer.
It's postmodern.
If you can't make it out, it's a whole bunch of glasses of beer to bring in 2026. Yep. Lane McGee.
Delicious.
Wow, there's another friend of mine from back in the day. Elaine McGee is online. Hugging a kiss to the sisters and your mom. Ruben Mortera's on the line. Let me see. What's that? 800 laws passed for 2026, says Jerome. The first one I know is that cats' claws are banned from being declawed.
No, you can't do that.
Plastic bags in grocery stores are banned. Only paper bags are to be used. Minimum wage in California going to be $16.80. All fast food restaurants pay that pay remains the same as 2025, which is $20 an hour. Okay, gotcha. Auntie Bennett says thanks, Ray. Ken Augustin, Maria Duenas Paris checking in from Paris Wood. Smugwimp. What can I say? I used to listen to Rock and Ray on KUAM in the late nights. That was it was either Rock and Ray Gibson's Radical Rhythm Radio Show. Yeah. Ray Gibson's Radical Rhythm Radio Show. The reason why I named it that was because it was at that weird time in like between 80
Say it in Japanese, Ray.
and 82 where they were the sound of rock was transitioning.
Yeah.
And a little bit more new wave, postmodern, whatever we used to call it. Dude, I was dating a girl that worked at Julie's, right? So that was the Radical Rhythms where that came from. Tattoo Shauna says, yes, I'm cleaning, saging, and preparing red envelopes. Nice to see that. Andy Terlahi Beyonce, thumbs down, giving me the thumbs down sign. Ray Gibson's favorite Beyonce tune. All the single ladies. The smoker you drink, the player you get, Smug. Thanks very much. I love the shirt. Come by, says Tattoo Shauna Fujikawa Stickles. Hope you and Dave have a great plan for New Year's. 6:40 in the morning. And just quick. I'm going to go and see what the instigators on the YouTube side are doing right now. I got MP Ogo Joker 671 with the Buenos and Half a Day. Happy New Year, Tommy Napati says. Stephen Klein says good morning and Happy New Year to you. Tattoo Sean Gumatauto on this side saying good morning from Telefofo. Have a safe evening. Welcoming in the new year. Joe Takai saying good morning to his Woostig peeps. Got Ron Castro. Leslie Nicolas, Guam, USA, #1, says half a day and Happy New Year. Point listeners, Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, sending out his Happy New Year's wishes from him and the folks over at BK. Tommy Garcia hanging out. Happy New Year from Bad Boy 671 Guam Barbecue. Brennan Fausto, love my awesome Ray Gibson show. Good morning and Happy New Year 2026, everyone. Veteran war fighters. There's Catherine, loves 671. Good morning and Happy New Year to everybody. Lupang Guam, Lao 671. Nice to see you there, Renee. Uncle John Martinez, gonna be better in 26. Happy New Year. Silver is clawing back up, says Lupang Guam. Could have been a bear trap, not an investment advice. And Renee Lau says, Happy New Year's Eve, Ray. This is your mall and running cello. Renee, I know who you are. I don't know. I haven't figured out whether I'm gonna do last run of 2025 or first run of 2026 or both. I haven't got it sorted out in my head. You can help me with the decision as we go along. It's 6:42 in the morning. Donna D with news and headlines. What else we got going on? Anything fun? What do you got for news here? Last news day of 2025.
A long-running lawsuit over the Ordot dump has been pushed into 2026. GovGuam and federal officials are still negotiating the final costs for future environmental cleanup. Recent delays were caused by the federal government shutdown and leadership changes. Both sides must report their progress to a federal judge by April 6. Meanwhile, the USS Annapolis has returned to Naval Base Guam following a successful deployment in the Indo-Pacific. The fast attack submarine conducted several security missions and visited Japan during its time at sea. 30 sailors earned their submarine warfare pins during the mission. The Annapolis is one of 5 submarines forward deployed at the base to support regional stability. And weather conditions look generally favorable for New Year's Eve celebrations, but a shear line over the CNMI will bring a few more clouds and showers to Rota, Tinian, and Saipan, as well as scattered showers to Guam overnight. Forecasters expect fair weather and mostly clear skies. Meteorologist Landon Eilert says another shear line will approach the region this weekend, bringing stronger winds and more showers beginning Sunday. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
On screen, Sarita Garin and her Umami running pals. Last run of 2025 right there. So congratulations, and I don't know if that's before or after. It's hard to tell sometimes in these pictures whether it's before and after, because I think what happens, is in between the end of the race and the picture taking time. I think there's run back to the car, dry yourself up, put some makeup on, and then go out there and take the pictures. But thank you very much for sending that in. Great way to commemorate the last days, the last hours of 2025. 6:44. Do I have an attorney general or a weather guy on the line? Here we go.
Doug Moreland, he's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moreland.
Real Joe wanted me to go into a break, but I got curious as to who is on the telephone. Let me, because I gotta get this out here. It's another one of these Attorney General Doug Moreland billboards that I guarantee is going to piss off the AG haters out there. So I bring him in and get a start on the day with this. Buenos and half a day, Attorney General Doug Moreland. How you doing there, buddy?
Happy New Year, Ray.
And I'm absolutely delighted with the artwork, delighted with the message that you were sending out, that we are done coddling all of the people that have the privilege of coming out here and getting to test out life in a civilized and polite society and screwing it up completely. And then you have to go back to where you came from, never, ever, ever to return. And I'm glad that you are doing this. I hope that there is a clear message that gets sent out to the migrant community.
It's a team effort, Ray, and right now the message is on different levels. These guys they're gonna catch it from me. Last 12 months in office, we're fed up. We do not want to deal with these magistrates, with these repeat criminals. That's the word, repeat criminals. You look at these guys and these reels we're putting out, just go down it. And I'm having my team put the legal documents, have a link for it, so people can literally look at the crime incorporated that some of these guys and their families are inflicting suffering on our people. And I'm talking about even their own people, the non-U.S. citizens that live in those households that are getting raped. Look at some of those. I think we released 5 yesterday. Look at one of them and the horror show that was going on in that household when that little girl was raped, and the guy was found in the boonies by the cops saying, "I'm not going back into jail." You know, that's the type of stuff we're seeing in the AG's office, that the police officers, men and women, are making us safe. When we put them in jail and they get released again at some point, whether immediately or after some sentencing hearing, these guys are either going to get picked up by ICE or we're going to get rid of them through their defense attorneys, and that's what this program is talking about. But yeah, I know all the social workers, they were dropping their coffee this morning, and
good.
Some social workers probably going to try to tag my signs again. You know, go ahead, do it. Put your justice and whatever else, your platitudes you want. But at the end of the day, it's the suffering of our people. And again, Ray, we're talking at the lowest level of conversation, public safety. We should be talking about bringing in the Taiwan semiconductor companies into Guam to increase our financial prosperity, to elect leaders that protect us and that get
octopus farmers, Doug. I think that was is in the top of my mind.
Yeah, what the hell?
I know.
What does an octopus?
No. It's me. I'm giving Tony Ad a hard time because he's got this bill that would ban octopus farming, and I'm sitting around going, that could be a lucrative industry. Why would you want to ban that? Octopus is like $20 for a pound.
Yeah, we're trying to grow salmon, right? We got those hydroponics going on. You know, this is food. This is the prey. This is what it's calamari. Anyway, but Ray, we just gotta. This is what I'm talking about. What you're talking about every day. Focus on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs: food, shelter, safety. If you don't have that in society, how are we going to prosper? How are we going to enjoy Christmas? How are we going to enjoy the New Year when we're going out on the road and some freaking drunk driver is running down our people, killing them, and then running off? When you've got police officers that are being accused of trying to concoct excuses for what happened and not stopping and taking responsibility. This is the type of stuff we're seeing in the AG's office, and it's not a pleasant thing to see.
Think about all of them. There's a ton on the magistrate reports. You know, you look at some of the family violence, and it comes in two flavors: methamphetamine-fueled family violence cases, and then you got the ones where it's like a bunch of drunk asses sitting around 3 o'clock in the morning decide to have a slugfest, and ends up somebody ends up getting stabbed or rocks in the head or something like that. We've got far too many of these incidents, and you're right. Sometimes the prey are innocent. Law-abiding citizens of Guam, and sometimes it's their own people who would who want to be polite, law-abiding folks in this community.
They want to become part of our community.
But it's difficult to do when your boyfriend, your husband keeps coming home beating the hell out of you and the rest of the family.
Became a meth addict.
Yeah, or because you didn't buy him beer or cook the corn properly, whatever. I don't know. 6:49 in the morning. So I hope that the word gets out that you are doing this. Frankly, I would be more pleased if we had programs like that existed during Eddie Calvo's administration, because he also tended to deport some of the people that blew their shot at polite society.
Ray. He was commuting sentences, and that's what it cleaned the slate for them. We're not doing that. We're stacking up if a defense attorney, and the project's been live for the last year, if a defense attorney wants to have his non-U.S. citizen client deported, you will be racking up all the years. You're going to take full responsibility for all the charges. We make it like one of our prosecutors, Christine Tenorio, 7 life imprisonment charges for this person, but you're going to go off island and never come back again. And that's where we get the bench warrant out. You show up at any port of entry, including in the States. We get a phone call from them saying that they've arrested somebody over there, and then we bring them back, and then you're going to face your full prison term. And if that's life imprisonment, it's life imprisonment. That's what we're doing at the AG's office. We're not commuting sentences like the former Governor Calvo was doing. We're doing what the Attorney General is supposed to do. Every tool in our arsenal, every weapon in that arsenal is being used by my prosecutors, We're fighting some judges, by the way, that are throwing out those stipulations when the defense attorney and the prosecutor comes in and says, Your Honor, this defendant, a criminal alien, wants to leave Guam. We're literally getting judges now, at least one judge, I've been informed, has rejected that agreement. And I'm going, what? Are you kidding me? You know, the money that you and I are paying to house this person wants to go back to, oftentimes it's Chook. And I'll just put it, it's Chook. Look at the numbers in the stats. Don't accuse me of racism. Look at the numbers. Our halls of justice are littered on their calendar and their docket with people from that jurisdiction. And what, by the way, Ray, there's nothing wrong with those people. It's that they're not educated. It's the American Indian experience with the United States. When you don't educate people and you throw them into a Western society, you're going to get all the problems of substance abuse and you name it. That's the problem. This is where Delegate Moylan and Congress needs to start throwing money into the FSM and those small islands that don't get the resources, like Palau, Pohnpei. You don't see the criminality that you see in the lesser islands that don't have the education.
Well, I want to bring up, I'm glad that you mentioned that. I want to bring up a point here is a news story about Palau going to take undocumented migrants, illegal aliens from the United States, 75 of them to help them with their workforce. They will all be vetted. And that's $100,000 per person that Donald Trump is offering Palau to take these guys. And I'm sitting around going, wait a second, how can Guam get that deal here? How do we get it so that anybody that comes in from anywhere else, all of these other illegal aliens, when they come in, I want to be able to vet them. I want to be able to see what their bona fides are. How will you contribute to our community, our society? And talk about getting $100,000 a head from Donald Trump. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's an offer that they made. The country of Palau agreed with that. The president isn't putting them within the United States, and we're a part of the United States, obviously. He's seeking out other countries, like in Africa. Palau is not part of the United States, so they're as a country they're agreeing to it. But as an attorney general, a U.S. attorney general, do not bring those people into Guam. We are protected from that 5 million, whatever Biden did to us by putting them into the United States, letting them cross the border.
Well, much bigger numbers than that.
The good thing with Guam, you can't get on that airplane unless you got that passport.
6:53 in the morning. Attorney General Doug Moylan with some new artwork on the sides of the road, and I can hardly wait to see what gets scribbled on those likewise down the road. Now, an interesting opportunity here to hear from the Counsel for Defense, Attorney General wannabe Peter Santos is online too. May I bring him in? I'm presuming that he's going to be sending you a peace offering for 2026. May I conference the call, sir?
Yeah, great. I have no problem to do that.
Awesome, good. Stand by one. I gotta make sure I do this so I don't hang up on Doug. Ah, crap, which I did.
You're gonna get the peace prize,
right? Yeah, right. Attorney General, are you still there? Ah, crap, I lost him. Doug, you can call back in. Peter Santos is on the line. Pedro, go ahead with your New Year's wishes for Attorney General Doug Moylan.
Well, I just want to wish him luck in his last year in office because we know he's not going to get reelected.
He's back on line one, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, nothing is ever personal. The thing is, really, Doug, it's not. It's just, you know, we want people that tell the truth and we want people that are competent. That's all. Anyways,
you should look in the mirror, Pete.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because all you see is integrity when you look at me. But anyways, that billboard is just nothing but campaign fluff and lies because, you know, Doug likes to take claim for the actual real deportations, which his office had nothing to do with. They had a, snafu when they tried to do it themselves and let one guy go to the airport unaccompanied, and then he just went home.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Yeah. He called his friends and went home. But anyways, here's the thing. The reason why the judge threw that out is because by Guam law, you cannot suspend criminal sexual conduct.
We're not suspending anything. The post-judgment program is actually releasing them to leave Guam, and if they come back, they're going to be put back in
Right,
prison.
which is suspending their sentence.
No. Most of the judges have accepted it. Right now, there's only
Right,
one
but
decision
you
that I'm
know,
aware
because
of
they're
where
not aware of what needs to happen or what the law is. You know, judges make mistakes too.
All right, Peter, hold on, because I want to hear what Doug has to say too.
Yeah.
Take turns.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, they did accept it, but now it's being rejected. That's happens a lot. That's, you know, with something novel and new, they'll jump on it. But time will tell. Time will tell. Anyways,
well, let me interject. Counsel for the defense, stand by. One, a question for you here. As a potential attorney general candidate, I'm telling you that this is something that the people of Guam like to see. When you've got bad guys out there that can't control themselves in polite society, won't get themselves educated, won't get themselves a job, just hang out and cause trouble. I want to know that an attorney general is going to find a way to get rid of them and, as I'm going to use the word, purge them from our society to make Guam a safer place. How will you do it? How will you do it, Peter?
And I totally agree. The right way was done, the correct way under Eddie Calvo. I'm not sure why it's not being done under the current administration, but that was
useless.
The right way, because that actually bans them from re-entering. They can still re-enter and get caught. So when yes, it does, Doug. You need to do your research.
The governor has no ability to
order in the court
transferring into Guam. There's no customs ability for the governor to say that you're no longer going to be allowed in the United States.
So apparently you don't really understand the process. The process is that, yeah. So after the sentence. After the sentence
this is too hard to play along. You guys, we need to, bailiff, bailiff, we're going to take care of that. Peter, I want to wish you a happy New Year in 2026.
Happy New Year.
Doug, happy New Year in 2026.
Enjoy your last year in office.
Oh my God. Coming in hot. Now's a good time for a break. Joe, 6:57. I'll be right back.
You asked and we listened. The Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt, a Wendy's favorite, is back. Try our deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, sautéed portobello mushrooms, and melted cheese, all on a soft toasted bun. Available only for a limited time. Head on over today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The Clearance Team!
The Clearance Team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam Clearance Team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Didn't understand a word any of them were saying. What were you able to glean here? Did Peter just say the judges don't know the law? Come on, man. Corn Pop was a bad dude. It's a Biden thing.
Yeah.
Jonathan Ramos.
I get it. Ow,
It's a Biden corn pop thing. Jonathan Ramos says the emptiest can makes the loudest noise. Run for office and let's see if your actions and results are just as loud. Tina says, Ray, you make a good judge. All right, thanks very much. I tell you what, we got more on the way. Who knows what else the last Ray Gibson show of 2025 is going to be bringing to us. Stick around. That's the only way you're going to find out. Let me give you another reason to stay. A reason to stay. It's in 30 seconds. We got Fox News Live coming up in just moments. Donna D with a look at local news and headlines. We're going to take care of that for you. That's right. Tattoo Shauna says the fireworks started early. I got you. What, are we going to hear from Tom Fisher? Is him and Jordan going to call in a little bit later on as well? We'll see how it plays out. Happy belated birthday to Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Sorry, Shelley didn't send me the happy birthday wishes. A reminder about that until later. I think it was Francie Santos' birthday as well yesterday. 7 o'clock in time for Fox News in the Point.
Graham, Fox News. A Texas man facing charges, undercover police officers say, was attempting to give money and bomb-making components to ISIS.
This investigation started back in October when an undercover NYPD officer flagged a social media account belonging to John Michael Garza Jr. The account followed several pro-ISIS pages and commented on ISIS posts. The undercover officers started talking with Garza, who described himself as a 21-year-old Mexican-American living in Texas. Over the course of 2 months, Garza sent ISIS media releases to the undercover agent, including videos of suicide bombings and instructional bomb-making videos.
Fox's Brooke Taylor in Dallas. The Department of Homeland Security announcing today it's launching a massive fraud operation into allegations of fraud in Minnesota. The probe follows the release of a video by an independent journalist that questioned daycare center operators, suggesting many are taking taxpayer money but have no children at their facilities.
Minnesota's Department of Human Services tells Fox News it has 55 active investigations involving child care centers, including those highlighted in the viral video. But at this point, no funding has been paused for any of the businesses. As we've reported, this issue of fraud at child care centers in the Twin Cities has been around for more than a decade, and it was an issue during Tim Walz's first campaign for governor back in 2018. Despite those concerns, Walz has consistently increased funding for the child care programs that are now being investigated. He even bragged about it last year during the vice presidential debate.
Fox's Garrett Tenney. A shelter-in-place order has been lifted for residents in one rural Kentucky community. This after a CSX train derailment resulting in a chemical leak and a fire. It happened in Todd County, southern part of the state. 31 rail cars came off the tracks. No injuries reported. America's listening to Fox News.
Stay on top.
Burger King's double cheeseburger line is here. The classic double, bacon double, and rodeo double. The classic features 2 flame grilled beef topped with pickles, ketchup, mustard, and melty American cheese on a warm sesame seed bun. The bacon with pickles, ketchup, mustard, melty American cheese, and crispy savory bacon. And the rodeo filled with the melty American cheese, tangy barbecue sauce, and onion rings. Making a meal with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coca-Cola. BK's new double cheeseburgers. Available for a limited time only at BK. You rule.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
Counting down to 2026, several cities, though, ramping up security ahead of New Year's Eve celebrations. Fox's David Spunt.
Officials from Boston to New York to San Francisco and also cities large and small across the country paying close attention always, but even more during big events like this week's New Year's celebrations. Officials in Manhattan held a news conference to brief the public on public safety. Now, the FBI, Secret Service, police, and sheriff departments across the country are paying close attention to the next few days in particular. Just this month, a couple of weeks ago, the FBI announced a foiled plot in California where suspects allegedly planned to plant bombs to go off on New Year's Eve at several communities in Southern California.
Federal officials say the 4 suspects are part of a far-left anti-government group. New England Patriots star Stephon Diggs is facing charges including strangulation, among other allegations. Fox's Nate Foy.
Diggs' attorney appeared virtually at a motions hearing in Dedham, Massachusetts. He tells Fox News, quote, Stephon Diggs categorically denies these allegations. They are unsubstantiated, uncorroborated, and were never investigated because they did not occur. The timing and motivation for making the allegations is crystal clear. They are the direct result of an employee-employer financial dispute that was not resolved to the employee's satisfaction. Stephon looks forward to establishing the truth in a court of law. Now, according to reports, the charges stem from an alleged incident on December 2nd. That's the day after the Patriots beat the New York Giants on Monday Night Football. In a statement, the NFL says they are aware of the matter.
Now, the Patriots are playoff bound. The 4-time NFL Pro Bowler is scheduled to be arraigned on January 23rd. AFC Championship game scheduled to kick off 2 days later. The granddaughter of President John F. Kennedy has died. Tatiana Schlossberg was just 35 years old. She was diagnosed with leukemia in 2024, shortly after giving birth to her second child. Schlossberg was the daughter of Caroline Kennedy. I'm Tom Graham, and this is Fox News.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the morning melt panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
Every year it's the same thing. What do I get them for Christmas? This year, give them something they'll actually use and never forget. At Blades by Crank, we've got high-performance chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, sleek chef accessories, and never-released blades. Designed right here in the Marianas and built for precision, performance, and pride, we've got something for everyone. These aren't just tools. They're legacy pieces crafted to last a lifetime. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agania Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra chinar.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The Clearance Team.
The Clearance Team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam Clearance Team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. Want approved credit? Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
News this hour is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:08. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A Superior Court judge has cleared a forensic pathologist to testify via Zoom in the murder trial of John Mike Muliaga. Dr. Joseph Cohen will provide critical evidence regarding the 2021 death of Marine veteran Jaron Weilbacher. Cohen testified that the victim died from brain hemorrhages caused by a hyperextension injury, like from a punch to the neck or face. The doctor noted that Muliaga intervened after the victim was already unconscious on the ground outside Kings and Tamuning. The court also addressed defense disclosures and expert payment questions. Judge Alberto Tolentino ruled that the trial will proceed as scheduled. Meanwhile, Senator Therese Terlahi is calling for an emergency legislative session to oppose federal plans for deep-sea mining. Terlahi and 9 other senators want the federal government to halt the commercial leasing of over 35 million acres of the seafloor east of the Marianas. The group warns that the project could cause irreversible damage to marine ecosystems and Chamorro cultural traditions. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management recently denied a request for a 120-day extension, leaving a deadline of January 12 for public comments. Terlahi is urging the community to testify at a public hearing on January 7 to ensure local voices are heard. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The legislature has set an oversight hearing on police funding and employee morale. Senator Sean Gumatata scheduled the hearing for 9 o'clock on Friday, January 9, to review GPD operations. The agenda includes preparation for performance-based budgeting, carryover authorization and the status of funded vacancies. Lawmakers also plan to review updates to GPD general orders and their impact on employee morale. Participation is limited to GPD representatives, but the public may attend. Written testimony is due by January 8th. The hearing airs on local cable channels and streams online with a recording posted after the hearing. And Guam's top officials are sharing their goals for the new year. Governor Lilian Guerrero says her top priority for 2026 is to break ground on the island's new hospital. Personally, the governor wants to spend more time watching her grandkids play sports. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio says he's focused on finishing infrastructure projects like Simon Sanchez High School and the Agana Pool. He also aims to focus on his personal health and well-being. AG Doug Moylan says his goal for his final 12 months in office is to end strong and keep the community safe. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with Gordon.
Safe from who? Safe from who? Oh, keep it safe from Peter Santos. Well, that was fun. In case you missed it, I want you to do it now. But in case you missed it, a little bit later on, go and check out YouTube Live or Facebook Live and go up to about what is it 6:45, something like that.
I believe so.
Attorney General Doug Moylan on the line, and then we were able to conference the call with Attorney Peter Santos.
Peace Summit.
Yes, a summit. We had a summit on the deal. All right, so it's New Year's. Donna talking about our politicians and their New Year's resolution. Yeah, break ground on a new hospital into morning, right? Right, Gov? But I know there's a lot of people that are going to be there. Oh, God. Has anybody mentioned to you yet the dry January thing? The one where you don't drink starting, like you have your last drink in 2025 and you don't get another alcoholic drink until February 1st.
Do it.
What?
You're not down.
I'll slap you.
Quitter.
Hey, I only drink beer.
Man, what kind
There's
of
no
quitter are
alcohol
you, bro?
in beer. Anyway, so what have I got? There's a lot of people that are going to be already calling the Paradise and the Steels and whatever and saying, hey, how about gym membership for 2025? Okay, just FYI, there's some rules here. There's one. Could you do me a favor, ladies? If you don't want people staring at you in a gym, can you not wear the butt shorts? You know the ones I'm talking about, right, Joe?
No.
There's and then you get mad because we're looking. It says there's rules for the gym. Rules for the gym. Real Joe knows some of these. Grab your dumbbells off the rack and then walk away. That 3-foot section immediately in front of the dumbbell rack is not your personal lifting area. Somebody needs to get around you so they can get another set of barbells or dumbbells, right? Yeah. Step away from it. Do your thing, and get it all done. And you don't have to stare at yourself in the mirror if you don't. If you're gonna look at yourself in the mirror, look at your muscles. Look at the way you're doing the reps. Not look at how good you are and how nice your makeup is. I shouldn't know what music you are listening to. Personal speakers at the gym, a big no. We don't like that. Don't stare at others no matter how hot or stupid they look or sound. Be polite with your eyes. Furtive. The word you're looking for is furtive. And this is another reason why there are so many mirrors in the gym. So that you look at the mirror and catch the butt in the reflection in the mirror. Come on, snap it in, get into it. Sitting on a machine for 20 minutes and spending 15 on the phone? No. Do your workout, get out. Just don't sit there and scroll, because what feels like quick scrolling to you is an eternity for somebody that wants to get their sweat on. Other people walking between you and the camera when you are filming your workout is your problem, not everybody else's. Don't drop your weights. You're not cool if you let the cable machine go at max height. It's also not cool to drop your dumbbells or barbells when it's still inches up off the floor. Put them down gently. You really don't need to scream on every single rep, or really any rep.
I do these little grunts.
Just breathe. Just breathe in, breathe out. Don't try to talk to somebody with headphones unless you absolutely must. Oh my God. Maybe I'll save this for last.
Bothering the guy with the headphones on, right? Hey, can you spot me,
sir,
bro?
Sir. Wipe down the equipment when you're done. Use the spray bottles or paper towels or wet wipes or your towel. It's your sweat. Wipe the thing down when you're done. And clean up after yourself in the locker room. Don't leave trash in the locker. If you drip on the floor, wipe it up. Close your locker. Wipe the bench. Put complimentary towels all the way inside the laundry basket. And no filming in the bathroom either. Girls, go ahead and selfie if you want to, but just make sure that there's nobody naked behind you while you're doing that. 7:14, the rules for the gym on the Ray Gibson Show. Now, weather for today. Who's on the phone?
This is the last time he's going to call, he said.
Really?
Yeah, it's Landon.
Oh, fine. I didn't want to do the weather anyway.
Yeah.
All right, Landon Eilert from the National Weather
That's what
Service.
we pay him for.
Exactly, with a look at at 2025, the last weather for the last day of 2025. Likewise, some predictions for New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and maybe the first week or so of the new year. Buenos and half a day, Landon. Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy day and good morning. Happy New Year to you. And like Joe said, this is the last time I'm calling you all this year. No more.
I gotcha. So I was looking at the satellite imagery a little bit earlier this morning and noted that, we got this shear line running right through the Mariana Islands. How's that going to impact us today?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. And, of course, this thing punched a little bit farther south than what all the indicators were saying the last several days. The forecast models do not handle these shear lines that well, especially once they start stalling out and diffusing and breaking apart. The forecast models just don't handle them well. And so we're looking at the satellite. We see that right now near Saipan, Tinian, and dropping toward Rota. And so we do anticipate some of those clouds on the south side of that boundary is going to be making its way over Guam later today. So it's going to be a beautiful day today. Just some very few spotty-like showers through the day, but otherwise sunny and just a few
awesome
clouds.
Yesterday.
So we're going to see a few more clouds this evening. So do anticipate some spotty showers in the evening. How much, that remains to be seen, how well this shear line stays together before it starts to weaken. Do we expect any heavy rain and flooding like we saw on Christmas Eve with that shear line then? No, we don't foresee that anticipation at this point because we just don't have that upper level support that was in place Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday last week. But it is going to be bringing some showers and some clouds overnight today. So keep an umbrella handy and be ready to cover all the bases tonight for your outdoor festivities.
Yeah. What I'm hoping for, I mean, I think the weather forecast that Joe found me says mostly cloudy tonight. I'm looking at the radar right now, and it does look like we've got pockets of clouds that are going to be moving into the area, as we generally do around this time of year. But I'm thinking in terms of what will we be able to see when the fireworks light off at midnight tonight. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we'll be perfectly fine for the fireworks. I think the anticipation for clouds was like if we're looking at a lunar eclipse, we're always concerned about the cloud cover. But for the fireworks, it's going to be well below the cloud level. So the fireworks should be great. Keep in mind, if that shear line does come right up on our doorstep, it could be a little bit breezier tonight. We're looking at the Saipan observations.
But see, that's okay. That's okay in my mind, Landon, because you want the breezes to move the smoke from the explosions out of the way, so that every time the jet throws up the fireworks, it's against kind of a blank slate of a sky. If you know how I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's correct. For all the fireworks going on, like at Tuman or Ganya Boat Basin, the smoke will be blown offshore with the trade winds. But if it's at Jeff's Pirate Cove or anything on the east side, the trade winds will be pushing it up over land. So keep that in mind where you're watching the fireworks from. But otherwise, I think we should be in fairly good shape, but just anticipate some spotty showers and a little bit of a breeze out there tonight.
Thinking about 2025, I want your thoughts. I mean, weather highlights for the year, and the one that's easy to remember because it was last week was the Christmas Eve flooding down south that was kind of unexpected. But what are some of the other weather events that stand out to you?
2025 was an interesting year. It was a very lackluster year. We were in that infill neutral pattern to start out the year, then we transitioned to a weak La Nina, where we remain right now. Flood-wise, rain-wise, it was a very lackluster year. Our rainfall average for the year, we're sitting about a dime below average, so about a tenth of an inch below average for the whole year, and we averaged about 100 inches of rain. But we did have 5 flash flood warnings issued through 2025, and most notable were the October 15th floods with that landslide on Marine Corps Drive, and, of course, Christmas Eve. And Christmas Eve proved to be the most significant flood event of the year. It's Other than that, it was a very lackluster year. We've had major, bigger flood events in the past across different parts of the island and more issuances of flood advisories and flood warnings. But 2025 behaved fairly well. There were no significant severe weather spots aside from those 2 flood events.
Happy. That's good for us. That's happy. I was able to keep my tarp up all year long. Didn't have to worry about taking the thing down. So it worked out. Now on the other side of the spectrum, we talk about wind and rain events. What about the drier conditions that we get from time to time? Was this a big year? Would you say for fires on land?
Yeah, it was a fairly big year to start out. We did have some notable wildfires. I think Christine Zaharan mentioned we had over 200 spot fires that they responded to. I don't have the final number, but it was just one of those slow creeper fire seasons. It just evolved over the period of several months. Drought concerns were not that bad, but the fire danger was up there. And of course, only you can prevent wildfires. They're all man-made out here on the islands. And so looking forward, we are anticipating a transition back to instant neutral, and that could possibly go toward a El Nino later in 2026. We're going to be having to watch that closely for the climate trends on a monthly basis. But more to come on that. But in the meantime, be thankful for 2025. I think we came through it pretty well in one piece. We had no significant typhoon impacts to the island or really the whole region for that matter.
Well, I'll take average and lackluster over more significant weather events any day. 721 landed islet from the National Weather Service, and it would not be right if I just did just have a see you next year thing and let you go. I think the important thing that we've got to talk about is the contributions that both you and your brother and your family and friends have made to the community. I don't think there's been a quarter that has gone by that you guys haven't unintentionally broken a world record for raising money and raising structures in the malls and the shopping centers.
Yeah, and I do want to give a kudos to the Guam Police Department for the work they're doing with the Project U and the youth. We were with them yesterday or 2 days ago, Monday, at the Guam Trades Academy, and just working with the kids over there. It's just fantastic to see their eyes light up with excitement and creativity. And so I look forward to more partnerships and more collaboration in the community because it's really all about giving back. And everybody can give something, even if it's not materialistic. Everyone can give time to make a better community, and boy, do we need it.
It only takes a little bit of effort. Only takes a little bit of effort. And if you need guidance, listen to the broadcast. Every once in a while, we'll conclude a weather report with a shout about where you might be able to find Landon and Brandon and the team and figure out different ways to help out the community. It's a lot easier than you think, and sometimes you don't have the creativity. Don't worry, these guys do, and they'll handle it so that you can get that job done. 7:22 in the morning. I do want to wish you and your brother and the entire National Weather Service team up there a blessed New Year's, and we'll look forward to working with you again on the Weather Radio Network. That's what I'm calling it, in 2026.
Happy New Year. Big concert tomorrow afternoon. Micronesia Small Guam Territorial Band and Tumon Bay Youth Orchestra tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Be looking forward to that. All right. See you, buddy. 888-825-5888. TALK is the telephone number. I mentioned the fireworks, and bam, like magic, here's the fireworks guy, Jeff Jams, on the program. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Ray. I heard my name, and so I figured I'd call in and see what all the talk was all about.
Well, the talk is all about the fireworks. It's New Year's. Forget about what the government is doing or not doing. Forget about fights on the radio with Peter Santos and Attorney General Doug Moreland. What people are thinking about is where they might be able to get some low-cost, no-cost entertainment, and I think the fireworks shows, 2 of them are free.
That's correct. Yep, we'll be shooting off 2 shows tonight, courtesy of our fine friends at GVB, and there were a lot of people that put this together, but nevertheless, yeah, we're still in prep mode. We're getting all that stuff ready for everybody to have a safe and a fun way to kiss away 2025 tonight.
All right, well, describe, if you will, for people that have never been up close and personal in the pit where all of this happens, describe a little bit about what you guys are going to be doing today, a little bit about the digging operation and popping the mortars in and doing the wiring. What all has to be done?
Right. So there's a process. In about an hour and a half or so, GFD will meet with us to do what's called the transport inspection. From the way we transport stuff to the way we set stuff up to where we set up, all of that stuff is covered, is inspected, and to make sure that we're doing it right. And we've been doing it this way for over a decade now here on Guam. And each time, we don't falter. We follow the plan, and we do things the way they're supposed to be done. and then at the stroke of midnight, that's when we press the buttons and all things go. And you're right about the little bit of wind, blowing away the smoke. That's actually needed. There have been cases you can look at on YouTube, man, where $1 million fireworks shows are not seen because
there's
no
so much.
breeze.
There's no breeze to move the smoke from the explosions off. I think that's fantastic. So about what kind of heights are we talking about here? I mean, back in the olden days, you put a mortar round in a mortar and it'd go up 300-400 feet and boom like that. But it seems to me there's a more economical and efficient way to do it that uses the shells that go off at lower altitudes.
Well, we're doing both.
Yeah?
We're doing, for the more exciting, consistent, really fast-paced fireworks. Those go anywhere from about 100 to 300 feet. But we're also doing the bigger shells that go up 500-600 feet. So, we're mixing it up. It's going to be nice at the stroke of midnight. We're going to do something across all three sites because we're also doing a small show over at the Nico. Those guys have always
that's right, because they're on the other side.
And they can't see. Yeah, they half of their visitors can't see the side of Tumon, so they always contract us every year. And then that's great for the people over at the beach bar
too,
and stuff like that. Yeah, they get free show of Nico.
That's a sweet deal. Now, are you using anything new? Are there new designs that we need to be on the lookout for? Between the guys in the States working it, and certainly the people in Japan, where they're wild about fireworks, they're always coming up with something new that explodes in a different way or reveals a different pattern.
Right. So, traditional fireworks have not changed, over hundreds of years, right? And so there's only so many ways you can pack a shell and, try to predict its explosion. It's just something that's, not even computers have a hard time simulating. But to answer your question, there are some new designs, it's not going to be like, oh, wow, the entire show is completely different. Because when you look at even huge global fireworks shows, a lot of the same type of designs and stuff and bursts still happen. It's more on the frequency, and then the
finale
the patterns that you put together. Yeah, it's more up to that. And then that's why you've added things in the last few years like drones and stuff like that, just to kind of change it up a little bit. But with the traditional fireworks, man, it's it hasn't changed for centuries, and we're just excited, that we can put all of this together, for everybody to watch and do it safely. And that's the big deal.
One of the things that I learned in my fireworks show programming days in the 80s was a lot of these shells will go up and how do I want to say this? If you look at the explosion, try to put it in context of flowers and plants.
Right.
Because
exactly.
That's one of the things that they will mimic. And for, there's one of the more popular bursts that you will see, I think, in tonight's shows are going to be things like the chrysanthemum, mums.
Right. And so you're absolutely right. So fireworks are actually named, they're named after flowers. We have like brocades. We even have things called palms and peonies. And there's just, orchids. There's just all kinds of different, and basically through the years, that's all they've had to, like I said, fireworks have been around for centuries. And so back, when they were invented and given names, that's all they could relate them to is the beauty of flowers up in the sky. And it's just it's an amazing thing when you know that, and you can understand and even know some of the classifications, because it's fun. It makes it more fun to watch.
Absolutely. And engage the kids. What flower does that look like? What plant does that look like? There's going to be, guarantee there's going to be one or two that will mimic, if you want to, palm trees, coconut trees, that kind of thing. Be on the lookout for all of that. One of my favorite things, being a sound guy of sorts, is I like the boom. Will there be boom fireworks tonight? The ones where the echoes off the buildings down in Tumon, it sounds massive.
And see, that's the other half of the experience, right? Is the sound stuff that you won't get from like looking at digital screens and even
lasers, etc.
Drones. Yeah, you just don't get that excitement. The boom comes in two times. I mean, not only when it bursts up in the sky, but when it takes off. On a big shell, when that starts to launch, I mean, it sounds like a little shell going off right right at ground level. So it's pretty intense. Our adrenaline definitely is real high up at this time and or that time when we're shooting, and that all comes together in what we do.
Have you ever had I'll refer to it in a way my buddy Andrew likes to refer to it. Have you ever had one of those yeet moments? Yeet, where you go, okay, I don't know how this is going to end. Have you ever had one of those moments in the pit where all of a sudden one shell doesn't quite go up and stays down there, and maybe a small explosion that might trigger another one? Have you ever had any of those times?
We've had a couple, and that's something that you always plan for and make sure that and that's the reason why we keep the distances that we do. I turn down a lot of shows every year just because the client won't have the space, for example, to be safe. There are people that say, hey, can you shoot off of our building, and can we do this down in Tumon? And I'm like, no, absolutely can't. Find somebody else to do it, because we won't.
Cannot.
But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why there are rules and restrictions in place to keep people safe. But we've had those moments, man, where we've had low explosions, and thankfully they didn't create too much of a problem for us. And half the time nobody knows what's going on. We know, we know when a shell does something it's not supposed to, or something doesn't launch off like it's supposed to, or something is delayed. We press a button, it's supposed to go off instantaneously, but if there's a 5-second delay, we're like, and then it takes off on its own.
Hang fire. 7:30 in the morning. Jeff, I appreciate your time here so much so that I'm going to let you run. There's so much going on, and there's other conversations that we can have about the Cover Girls and Shannon. And Do You Miss Me, Jocelyn and Enriquez.
I'll call after the new year.
Yeah, we'll do that interview a little bit later on, because I think there's that one, and then I heard there is another one that you've got planned for a little bit closer to summertime. So lots and lots to talk about in 2026.
You are in the know, Ray. You know about that one. That's going to be cool to talk about.
I can hardly wait. Jeff Jams, Happy New Year to you and your fireworks family and your For Real family. It's always a pleasure when I get a chance to see you out actually enjoying family time.
Thanks, Ray. I appreciate it, man. Come out and watch the show, and invite the rest of Guam.
If I can stay awake.
Okay.
If I can stay awake. My brother, I'll talk to you later. 7:31 in the morning. Maybe that's the way we'll do it. We'll do a thing where Jeff Jams can still do the midnight fireworks show, but we'll do the Old Farts fireworks show. 8 o'clock. It won't be like big massive. It'll just be earlier is the thing. So instead of having it at two different locations at the same time, we'll do the Tumon one at midnight, and then we'll do the Old Fart one, say Ganya, Paseo, something like that. At about 8 o'clock. See, it'd be perfect from there. I can watch the thing from the Ponos. From the front yard of Ponos. That's the way I'm thinking here. 7:32 on the Ray Gibson Show, 888. You met the guy from Ponos the other day. You ran into Bird, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Were you buying food from him? Did you bug him for a discount?
Man. No.
Did you say, hey, I work with Ray?
I pretended not to know you.
We
listen to the show is what he said.
Yeah,
I said, I never heard of what show.
He says, yeah, Ray's okay, but you're funny. 7:32 in the morning. Real Joe's going to press some buttons here because I got to get the news theme on and talk about Happy New Year from my friends over at Burger King. Wishing you a great 2026. BK's double cheeseburgers start with the classic Next Up Bacon Double and Rodeo Double at BK. You Rule 7:30 News here is also being brought to you by Half a Day Realty. Pika's best bunch of years running, and 2025 as well. Looking to see if they can help you out with your real estate, whatever's your real estate challenges or dreams. They can make all of those come true over at Half a Day Realty. Give them a call. Jody, Saran, Libby, Auntie Loli, etc. 588-4232. Now with the news and the headlines, here's Donna D. Donna, what's going on?
Traffic-related deaths on Guam reached a total of 21 in 2025, a sharp increase from the 15 fatalities recorded in 2024. The year saw several high-profile cases, including a double fatal crash involving a 1-year-old child and the arrest of an off-duty police officer for a deadly hit-and-run. Officials say fatalities officially surpassed last year's numbers by the end of August. Meanwhile, Speaker Frank Blas Jr. is pushing to exempt student support specialists from jury duty. Bill 249 would allow these certified professionals to skip jury service to avoid disrupting specialized student care. Blas says these specialists are vital for students with special needs who rely on consistent instruction. The law currently exempts groups like police officers, doctors, and the clergy. And incoming Superintendent Judy Wonpat has announced a new senior leadership team. Franklin Leon Guerrero will serve as the Deputy of Finance and Administrative Services. Rosalina Liwag is the new Deputy of Curriculum and Instruction. Jackie Kitagua will lead educational support, while Julie Ujoa Heath takes over assessment and accountability. Today marks the final day for the deputies who served under the previous administration. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
They go back to the classroom? Is that generally what happens? I don't know either. 734, Ray Gibson Show. And just the thing, 797-8255. That's the meme machine. And if you're looking for a reason to put us into your contacts, this might be it. I was looking in my stack of graphics and pictures and things like that because I was looking for a New Year's Happy New Year meme, Happy New Year picture. And unfortunately, most of the ones that I still have in my folder from New Year's last year, they all say Happy New Year 2025. Yeah, so here's what I was only able to find one that doesn't have a year in it, and this is it. It just says just a generic Happy New Year, and there's a Valentine's heart and a smiling emoji and all of that. It says Happy New Year, and so here's what I'm looking for. If you've already got Mark Cruz, I'm thinking about you. Mark Cruz is the guy that sends me happy birthdays and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. He's like at midnight he sends me that stuff. But it's not yet midnight here on Guam. If you've already got a Happy New Year's 2026 meme, 797-8255. We'll do that. We'll do that for the children at 7:35 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original Cover Girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the Queen of Dance, EDM, and Freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez. Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded Terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
What happened is Ray Gibson Show portions brought to you by the guys over at BTB. That's Beyond the Box. As I'm looking over a list of the compilation of the worst products of 2025, and none of them are available at Beyond the Box. They only sell the best products that have been released in 2025. Things with technology that actually make sense, make your life a whole lot better. Like what you say, Bluetooth everything. That's there's got to be I'm not happy anymore unless whatever it is that I'm buying has got some kind of Bluetooth connection and an app that I can look at to see if it's making me smarter or better looking or a better athlete or something like that. And they've got all the gizmos waiting for you and your new digital life in 2026 at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. All right, 7:38. That's the traffic noise. Let me see if I can scare some up.
First and last.
First, it's the last 7:40 traffic report of 2025. And what's your drive going to be like if you're on the road right now? It is sweet. There's no, no, there's 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 no schools in session. Is today a working day in the government of Guam? Is any day a working day in the government of Guam? Let me see. I don't see any traffic from Anderson Air Force Base clear to the intersection of 1 and 3. That's all we've got, and there's not even a lot of traffic right there. Still, a little bit backed up over at the hospital intersection, but it'll eventually make its way to Marine Corps Drive. Not going to be joining a lot of traffic from there. Just a little bit of traffic as you lead up to the intersection at the Micronesia Mall. If you're on Route 16, that's okay. And if you're south of that intersection, should be good as well. Nothing on Route 16 all the way to 8, 10, and 16. And I zoom in on this, a little bit of traffic at that weird twilight zone where we go from one intersection to the other if you're traveling from Route 8 onto Route 16. But otherwise, Route 10 is looking good. In all the spots, nothing major on Route 8. Route 4 running clear except at the intersections. Marine Corps Drive from the Micronesia Mall, you get past the hamburger joints, make your way through Upper Tumon, Harmon, and the Tamuning area. Things looking pretty good. A little bit of intersection spots that might slow you down. Looks like there might be a couple of people trying to sort out the roundabout there at the Archbishop Loop. We have tulips on Guam, and they light up. Yay. Let me see. ITC building intersection. That's going to be all right. Downtown, I got you all the way to Big Navy and Sumai. Looking pretty sweet here. It's 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duvall, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
It's 19 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Do I have another phone number I'm supposed to give you? I think I do, yes. The phone number to the guys over at Medical City. There it is, 645-5655. Great way to start the new year. Let's think about your health. Like I said earlier, your future doctor is using ChatGPT to pass his med school, so it might be a good time to think about diet and exercise and healthy living. So go to your doctor, first chance you get, and ask for a referral for an executive checkup at Medical City in the Philippines in Ortigas. They got this thing all set up for you where it's, I want to say it's an assembly line, but it's a nice, well done, very, very friendly and efficient assembly line. You go in there, we do the vitals, they put you in a little gown, and we got this thing. We zap you with some electricity and find out what's going on in your body, what your body mass index is, where you got more muscle than fat, where you got more fat that you need to work off, and then we go from there into all of the other things that you look for in your physical to make sure that you are okay. And hopefully they find nothing, and hopefully you use that as a baseline to turn 2026 into your healthiest year ever. Again, the phone number, 645-5655.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
The last time I step on a liner for 2025. What do you say? 888. Well, you got the telephone number. I got to belabor that. I got to do shouts to baby sister Mona Silva Tyron, listening in stateside, saying Happy New Year's. Let me see. Brennan Fausto doing a wave to Tattoo Shauna. Benita Camacho Garrido's online. Charlie Hermosa getting ready. Let the music play. How's that go? There's a whiplashy sound in the beginning of Shannon's Let the Music Play. Gotcha. Alicia Duane is Anderson. Good morning, Prima, and Happy New Year. That's from Jerome McDonald in States. Tattoo Shauna says, I love chrysanthemums, and she actually spelled out the entire word. Wow. That's why I always just say mums. That way don't have to, it's like there's certain words, when I get to, if I'm writing something like, and I'll go, is that totally necessary? And realize that I don't know how to spell necessary. And it's always one of those things where I'm typing necessary on something that doesn't autofill and autocorrect. You know, so I just say, well,
uncertain.
That's not needed. I know how to spell needed. Thank you very much. Dave Duane is online. Who else is there? Charlie Hermosa says, I wish we could finish the year with proposed bills similar to the fireworks show, but instead they're all duds. Note from John Ananich. Hey, Senator, clearly those traffic crashes had nothing to do with poorly lit roads or lane markings that disappear like a magic trick. Total coincidence? Science, probably. John Ananich, I want to point you in the direction of the Onward Again. That's not the name of it. What is it now? The Hoshino something? What,
Did we forget what's the name of that place?
Yeah. Well, virtually all of the road. I mean, there's
water park.
There's spots there where you can almost see once a long time ago, like in the Camacho administration, the first one where it had lane markers there. But there's some spots, and there's one like right around a turn. On the way to the hospital, thank God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where there's almost no markings whatsoever.
To encroach in that area.
And it's weird. It almost has. Is that not got the feeling like it's an illegal curve? Like it's too sharp, right? Like kind of in that area. It's like there should be
it hurts your hip.
Either straighten it out a little bit, or make it so that traffic moves slower through that area, or put some lane markers so that everybody can see what's going on. That's the perfect wave for Ray, right in Rayvolution for Senator shirt. Yes, Ray. Yes, sir. I'll be pointing out some other great wardrobe particulars as we move closer to the election. You like my beer shirt? Very good.
We love your beer shirt.
Thank you very much. I think we should all wear that. This should be a uniform. Every day wear something with beer on it. Anyway, 7:45. Is that Senator John Savaris on the line?
I believe so.
You know what? It might be too early. And John Ananich making a point about the Rayvolution and the Republican senators. And I will probably over the course between now and how many days? 230 days between now and the primary election. Begin to identify political candidates for senator, Republican, governor, whatever, and identify them not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Republicans or members of the Rayvolution, because there's serious work that needs to get done. And if all we're going to do over at the legislature with all the high and mighty powers that we have, like, I don't know, using those powers to spell Chamorro properly, or in somebody's mind properly, or ban an entire potential industry here on Guam, just because they're doing it in Washington and Hawaii and California. Yeah, I'm not so sure about the quality of legislation. We've got, as I said, some real work to do, and I have high expectations for guys like Jonathan Savaris to be a member of the Rayvolution and create some of that change. Buenas and half a day. How you doing there, buddy?
Good morning, Ray, Donna, Joe, and everyone out in the point familia. I wanted to call in first and foremost, wish everybody a happy new year. Ray, if you can't spell necessary, we're just going to introduce a bill to adjust the spelling to make it work for you.
Wait. Okay. Yeah. That's a great idea. Capital N, capital E. And why do we need so many C's in there? Can we just use one S?
It's right, sensible legislation, right? Things that are priorities that should be at the forefront. Right? Taking care of the foundation of our community with our mayors. That's my hope for the new year. Is we see things that are going to start fixing the foundation that made Guam great. Because at the point where we're at, we're seeing the crime rate. We see so many death fatalities. And, it's great to hear John Ananich on the radio because that's somebody I want to see in the legislature with guys like myself and a bunch of current incumbents and the new guys, Charlie Hermosa, Mateo, Alex, Rich. A lot of new guys, a lot of new ideas. Joe Ariola. Let's give you guys a shot, right? And guys like John Ananich has so much. I've been reading all his op-eds that he's been writing and posting on Facebook. I'll tell you, he has so many great ideas. And, for me, those are the kind of people that we need to get into office because those new ideas are looking at from an outside perspective. John Ananich is from the police, former police officer, and we need more people like that who are boots on ground. And that's why I decided in 26 I'm going to throw my hat in the ring because I've been boots on ground in the village for decades, and I'm just like, okay, well, the legislature don't want to listen. Let me just throw my hat in and try to fix it myself. Right?
Might as well.
Yeah. And that's the hope for 26, right? I'm always hopeful every year that our government's going to do better for our people. Besides the I'm gonna get healthier this year, right? Because those are resolutions.
This is the way I feel about the Carolina Panthers. I always hope that this is going to be the year that they turn into a for real grown-up adult football team, and it never works out. And so it feels like we've been gaslit here for the last 6 years, maybe even longer. You talk about being able to get something done, and it's taking absolutely forever to see progress on some things. I laugh out loud. There was an editorial. Speaking of editorials, Genesis Babauta wrote in the PDN the other day an editorial. It says, when it takes years to fix basic issues, something clearly isn't working. And I didn't even bother to read the rest of it. Because there could have been about 75 things that he was referring to, and any one of them would have been great. I was talking with Jess Allig on the radio yesterday, and he started railing in about why is it taking so long to do this? Is it the money again? And I'm like, wait, which thing are you talking about? And he started talking about the flooding down in Malesu, and I'm going, that thing that the government hasn't gotten around to doing yet. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and who's the person that gets the call? The foundation of the village, the foundation of our island, our mayors, right? And the mayor of Malesu and the mayor of Benaran had to deal with flooding issues over the last couple of weeks. And unfortunately, these families, right? These are things that could have been done. It could have been we could have got in front of. And if the mayors had access to backhoes as easily as DPW, they could have worked in there and got in there, dug some culverts to deviate this water, because they're right by the waterways, right? We could have easily deviated those waters, because in Darito, before typhoons, we have a backhoe, and we've actually that's why we open all our drainages, we go and clear it, and we prepare ourselves. But if not all the mayors have access to these heavy equipment, and we're the beckoning of other government agencies who are not necessarily working on. Wait,
hold on. I'm going to make a distinction here. Doing that pre-typhoon work is not a part of the mayor's legal roles and responsibilities. There's an agency. But my point is, there's an agency that's supposed to be taking care of those things on a regular basis, so you don't let things get all built up like that. That's a point that I want to make. Is the mayors are doing the jobs of departments and agencies that have got people, they've got equipment, they've got budgets for that kind of thing, but it's still not getting done.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that's why we talk about junk cars and it's an eyesore. Well, why isn't the agency who has the money out there coming out and saying, "Hey, mayors, we're gonna be out boots on ground with you"? No, they would rather they point fingers at the mayor's problem, and then not give them the money. This is the problem that Guam has, right? The recycling revolving fund. These are things that are going to help clean up our community, but it's it's all tied up. It's not a procurement issue. It's a regulations issue. It's a regulations issue because the people who who are supposed to administer this money, they're not pushing it out, and then they're blaming procurement.
But hold on. But there are procurement issues as well. And
course.
I was delighted when I saw that survey that's out there, and Tom Adda's name was in it, because maybe if we get this guy out of retirement and back into the legislature, the thing that he can concentrate the most on is sorting out what we've got to do with the procurement that we've got here on Guam, and finally take that bag of snakes and straighten it all out. 7:52 in the morning. And see, now proof positive that I don't know how to spell necessary. I actually had to look it up, and I said, why does it need so many C's? Actually, it's got an excess of S's. And so it's only got the one C. Necessary is how it's spelled. But I think there might be ways that we might be able to make that a whole lot easier with just using the letter S. When you spell it.
Spell it necesita.
Necesita. ¿Dónde está Santa Claus? John Tavares, I want you to have a terrific 2026 and a great send off for 2025. Hug and a kiss to your mom, please, from all of us.
Yes, I will. Happy New Year, everyone.
All right, Eagle. You got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. Here's the guy that's asking for Shannon. Let the music play. Let's get that as part of our Spotify for 2026. 7:53. Charlie Hermosa. Buenas and off a day to you.
Buenas, and good morning, Ray, Donna D, and Real Joe. Getting ready for 2026.
Oh my!
For 2026.
I've already got, I've in my notebook. I've already got, like the big first quarter plans that I want to see about doing. I penciled in getting my teeth cleaned and a good time sometime in January or February or March to go and get my hair cut. I don't know, somewhere in that first quarter. I'm definitely going to get a haircut.
Oh no! I mean that's a must. And are you going to get it back in the PI?
Anyway, so what are your plans for 2026?
How about those drones?
Yeah, how about that?
How about those?
Hey, what the hell? There's no drone show. What's going on here?
Yes.
Who'd you piss off?
We're still, we're still pushing, for, one of the things that actually came up, and it was actually, I had a conversation with Bob Kelly yesterday, and he brought up, he's like, so, okay, no drone show for New Year's, but what about the 250th coming up in July? And I think we need to do something big, right?
I think you need to do that with the private sector, though. I don't know. Start having the conversation because it doesn't feel like. And I mentioned this yesterday when I was kids and it was bicentennial time. I mean that was like full blown island wide effort and with parades, et cetera, et cetera. And now here it is where America's Day begins. Oh my God, I'm in a Facebook fight with somebody about whether or not America's Day begins on Guam or Wake Island. But anyway, notwithstanding the science behind it, is there ought to be a thing, and there should have been some thought going into the New Year's celebration where we use it to mark that Guam is where America's 250th birthday is going to get started. It begins from here. And I don't think they're paying any attention to that over at Adelup or GVB. I'm not hearing anything.
No, I mean, it seems like, a lot of the things that they're putting out there is, almost with the folks that I've spoken to with a lot of the events happening, almost last minute type of operations. And, you have a lot of the local agencies kind of running around, trying to make things happen, and they make it happen. But if we could just have some planning, right? I mean, and you're right. I mean, like we're, the VFW was already planning for the 4th of July. They started planning July 5th for the July 4th coming up.
Yep.
And so, I mean, but you're right. I think that, we're starting to hear little rumbles about, not having enough finance or enough funds, what is that going to look like? Where are they going to cut? So when you start hearing these things, I think that we got to take a pause because the serious question is, 2026 is obviously it's going to be an election year. There's a lot of things going to be happening. A lot of promises going to be out there in the air. But we still have to look at, the small businesses that are trying to make it. I mean, I will tell you that, I know companies right now, small businesses, small restaurants that are trying to make it through today. Like December 31st, we're going to close down tomorrow. We're going to look at, our books on Friday, and then making a determination where we're going to stay open on 2026. So the focus still has to be on getting our local economy revived and continue to promote all the small businesses that we have here.
Unleash the power of the private sector. Get the hell out of our way. And I think you would be surprised at the kind of things that the creative and inspired and the hustling entrepreneurs that live or die based on their creativity, on their drive, that group of people can come up with.
No, absolutely. And so hopefully, I made that comment about the bills being duds. I wish we would have been going out with a bang with some bills that are really kind of hitting the mark going into 2026.
It's totally working for me, though. This is great. Talk Radio Gold.
Oh, no, yeah.
Talk Radio Gold. Jerome sent on one of the ThePOINT chat groups, sent in a video I think he found from YouTube or something that shows off how smart these octopus are, and it's possible. You know what we're gonna need to do is let's get an octopus next to like a keyboard and see if we can have the octopuses come up with better legislation than some of the stuff that's coming out of the 38th.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We need to make sure that the emphasis goes back. I mean, 2026 has. I mean, again. We have to do something with the economy. It's an election year. There's going to be a lot of promises, but we still have to focus on the businesses that are still running right now. We got to keep them alive, and that should be the focus. So get all the barriers out of the way. Like you said, privatize as much as we can. Privatize IT. I mean, we got to. I mean, I'm still still going to go to Revenue Tax and ask for my $2.89. Not going to stop that. Not going to stop.
My
Not going to stop. So, yeah.
As I've been saying here, and this, I always try to come up with a word for the year, and maybe this time it's going to be the phrase for 2026, and then I'm going to aim it at anybody, including you, that is running for office, that is going to be going by the Guam Election Commission next week and starting to pick up your packets, etc. The thing is, give me a reason to stay, and I'll put it this way for everybody in the private sector: give me a reason to stay in business. Otherwise, might be the smart thing to do is get a hold of the CPAs, Benita Manzanita, and have her put together all of the paperwork needed to put this thing to bed and move on to brighter and better opportunities, maybe in different shores. So for the politicians out there, give us residents a reason to stay and give us businesses a reason to stay.
No, absolutely, and I'll leave it. And I agree with Jonathan. I think we got to give some of these new folks raising their hand to run a chance, because if you see the extent of even all the 30 plus that we've seen on this list, for those that are truly going to run, I mean they're bringing something to the table, and the incumbents as well. Because there's two sides to every story, right?
I'm starting to put together my list of one-term senators, and we'll share that with you a little bit later on. 7:59 and change. Charlie Hermosa, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and a hug and a kiss to little Bella, and from her Uncle Ray. I'll see you soon.
Let's do this.
All right, here it comes. Fox News Live, KUSG. I got you, 93.3. Is this Pica's best radio station? I heard a rumor. Stand by now. Fox on the point.
Venezuela, sup? I'm John Saucier, Fox News. President Trump pushing his campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro as his administration launched a series of strikes targeting alleged drug boats off the coast of Latin America in the recent months, and recently announced a complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going in and out of Venezuela. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson is in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the latest.
The Treasury Department is announcing new sanctions on 10 individuals and entities tied to Venezuela and Iran. And yesterday, President Trump was asked, would he support Israeli strikes against Iran targeting its ballistic missile and nuclear programs?
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast.
And in the Pacific, U.S. forces continue its strikes on alleged drug boats. President Trump told reporters the United States struck a dock in Venezuela used to transport drugs.
China and Russia are speaking out about U.S. actions in the region, accusing the United States of breaking international law after the U.S. seized multiple oil tankers off the coast of Venezuela. A Salvadorian migrant erroneously deported this year argues the Justice Department is prosecuting him for political purposes. Fox's Jared Halpern is in Washington.
Attorneys for Kilmar Abrego Garcia argue he's being prosecuted as a way to punish him for successfully fighting his deportation to El Salvador. An unsealed order from the federal judge overseeing the case finds the indictment charging Abrego Garcia with human smuggling was pushed for only after he was ordered back to the U.S. Abrego Garcia wants the case dismissed on grounds of a vindictive prosecution. The judge says there is some evidence the prosecution could be vindictive, citing comments made by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. But acting U.S. Attorney Rob McGuire says he alone made the decision to prosecute and has no animus against Abrego Garcia. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
America's listening to Fox News.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
President Trump says he's considering filing a lawsuit against Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell Fox Business Network's Darren Botello is at the White House with more.
This all centers on the Fed's headquarters, the renovation here in D.C., costing about $2.5 billion. The president thinks it could push $4 billion, and he's blaming gross incompetence.
These aren't outstanding buildings. These are small buildings. He said $4 billion more. It's going to end up costing more than $4 billion. $4 billion.
Here's the legal reality, though. The president lacks the power to dismiss the Fed chair without cause, and some big bank CEOs are sounding the alarm over potential political interference.
Powell says rate cuts were not supported by underlying economic data. His term as Fed chair is set to end in May. Federal agents operating in Minnesota after a video from conservative influencer Nick Shirley went viral, claiming a learning center was closed despite receiving state aid. Here's Fox's Garrett Tenney with more.
Not only DHS and FBI agents on the ground along with ICE, but the Small Business Administration is now halting all federal funding to the state after identifying $430 million in PPP loans in Minnesota that are suspected of fraud. Minnesota's Department of Human Services tells Fox News it has 55 active investigations involving child care centers. But at this point, despite the red flags, the agency hasn't paused funding for any of those businesses.
Minnesota State Representative Kristen Robbins, who is also running for governor as a Republican, says the governor, Tim Walz, a Democrat, ignored her warnings about rampant fraud. And a derailed CSX train leaking of flammable chemicals sparked a fire in rural parts of southern Kentucky on Tuesday. That prompted authorities to issue a shelter-in-place warning order, which was later lifted for nearby residents. No injuries reported after 31 rail cars went off the tracks around 6:15 a.m. this morning in Todd County, Kentucky, according to a statement from the company. I'm John Saucier, and this is Fox News.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
This season, KFC turns up the flavor with the all-new KFC Hot Honey Wings. Crispy, juicy KFC wings drizzled in that perfect mix of sweet honey and just the right spicy kick. One bite, and you're hooked. Crave bold flavor the KFC way. Order now on KFCGuam.com or visit your nearest KFC on Guam. KFC Hot Honey Wings. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home.
This February, skip the roses and give them a night they'll never forget. It's Subscribe to Love, happening February 13th, 2026 at the stunning Leo Palace Resort.
She's my sunshine in the rain.
Starring two of the smoothest voices on the internet, Jeremy Passion and Gabe Bunda.
Your fingers cross mine.
Together for one unforgettable night of music, vibes, and island romance. Couples, singles, and a whole squad. This is your Valentine's celebration. Tickets available now at guamtime.net. Make this Valentine's weekend unforgettable. Get set to subscribe to love.
News this hour is brought to you by Family Finance.
Half a day is 8:07. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Lawyers representing students with disabilities at Southern High School are asking a federal judge to force GDOE to turn over evidence. The plaintiffs filed a motion to compel discovery against former Superintendent Eric Swanson. They claim Swanson provided incomplete responses regarding the school's accessibility issues. Defense lawyers have asked for a protective order calling some evidence requests an undue burden. The lawsuit was filed in April on behalf of students who use wheelchairs, while one elevator is now working at the campus. The case continues as new Superintendent Judy Wampet prepares to take over the department on the 1st. Meanwhile, Guam ends the year with no clear path forward in the decades-long decolonization debate. Senator Will Parkinson is pushing a new bill to open a political status vote to all registered voters on the island. The move follows federal court rulings that struck down ancestry-based voting restrictions as unconstitutional. But the Commission on Decolonization and Indigenous advocates argue the bill betrays the rights of the Native Chamorro people. Parkinson plans to push for a vote by June to get the issue on the 2026 ballot. He warns that without statehood or a clear status, Guam remains vulnerable in federal negotiations. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
The cruise ship Aska 3 arrived at the port yesterday for its first ever visit, bringing 540 passengers and 460 crew. Visitors from Tokyo were greeted with shell necklaces and cultural dances by teens and high school students. One returning traveler said the island remains a perfect place to relax, though he noted the tourism landscape has changed since his last visit 10 years ago. Other tourists expressed a mix of excitement for local cuisine and disappointment over the recent closure of DFS. Port General Manager Rory Respicio says these visits are vital for the island's visibility. A final cruise ship, the Mitsui Ocean Fuji, arrives today to ring in the new year. And the PDN has compiled the top stories of 2025. Federal authorities indicted 7 people, including the partner and sister of Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, for a $1.9 million pandemic fraud ring. This investigation shadowed the official launch of 4 major tickets for the 2026 gubernatorial election. The island also bid farewell to local icons like Bob Klitsky and Mark Forbes. Guam faced a major retail exodus with the announced closure of DFS and other luxury brands in Tumon. Political leaders remained gridlocked over a new hospital and proposed tax cuts, and GDOE leadership changed following Superintendent Eric Swanson's resignation, and a major landslide hit an upscale housing project. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Okay, got it. 10 after, 8 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Wait.
We're almost there.
I know. I'm sorry. Just don't mean to dead air you guys. It's just that I realize as I'm going through some papers to try to figure out what we're going to use to kill the next 2 hours of this fine broadcast program that I've misplaced the weather. I'm sorry. That's fine. This is the last look at weather. My last look at weather for 2025. Partly sunny today. Highs near 85 degrees. Easterly winds 8 to about 18 miles an hour in some of the gusts. Isolated showers could be in the forecast. Scattered showers could be moving in later on tonight with mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 76 degrees. So be prepared. A little umbrella. Just keep that handy with you. Just put it in the cooler with the beer. And then if it starts to rain and you're still sober enough that you care about it, then you've got an umbrella to be able to protect yourself with. New Year's Day for Mass. Mostly sunny with highs near 86 degrees. Easterly winds 9 to 15 miles an hour. Gusting is high as about 18 miles an hour. Sunrise tomorrow. I'm going to put this out here again because I think there's going to be a lot of people that maybe a new New Year's tradition for you, instead of getting you hammered and watching fireworks until God knows when in the middle of the night. Maybe wake up early and go and start the new year with a hopeful glimpse of the new sunrise for 2026. About 6:44, 6:45 ought to be where the sun breaks the plane officially, but you'll get into some gray line about 6:15 or so you can turn off the lights in the car. The suggestion, obviously, is to be on the eastern side of the island and watch the sunrise up there. There's a bunch of spots that you might want to, I don't know, you're going to have to balance it out, because if you get there too early, you're going to wait, and by the time the sun comes up, you'll have run out of your mimosas. So try to balance it out so you don't get there too early, but I don't want you to get there too late either, because some of these spots on the eastern side of the island, and there aren't that many of them, are going to busy up really, really, really fast. A lot of Japanese like to get out there and catch the sunrise and get some pictures of the family. So I'm just saying, figure out when the best time is going to be for you for tomorrow. Weather for Friday. Nobody cares about that. It's 2 days away from now. 8:12 in the morning. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. Want approved credit? Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for
It's 8:14 Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Is this the last time I'll be able to put in a plug for Marina Grill for 2025? Sorry. I got to use my dramatic voice all day long today. It's in the contract. It's in the agreement. Welcome to Marina Grill. Point the car in the direction of Agate. After you, in fact, yeah, let's do this. Here's what I want you to do. I'm pretty sure they're going to be open at some point tomorrow. Is go and get your morning sunrise done. 2026, very first sunrise of the year on the eastern side of the island, and just keep going. Just keep going. You passed all the different places, all the good spots, and then you find yourself down in Melissa, and just keep going up Agate Umatic Road, and then you're in Agate, where the Marina Grill is going to be found. Wouldn't that be great? You get the first sunrise of the year, and then the first incredible breakfast of the year, big lunch for the year at Marina Grill, going to be open and ready for you in Agate tomorrow.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
In the morning, Ray Gibson Show, and somebody on the YouTube side reminiscing about being able to go back in the day to Acme store in Anigua.
Oh, nice!
And getting your fireworks.
Bombs.
Yeah, stink bombs. Me and my buddy Peter, the thing, everybody's got a different thing to remember about Anigua growing up. A big store with little bargains, that kind of thing. And then the Acme store down across the cemetery area there. And then my buddy Peter remembers it because it was the first place he could buy Zigzag. As in marijuana rolling papers back in the day, you get you folks going through your laundry and find a packet of rolling papers. What are you doing this? I'm using that for cigarette. I'm making cigarette out of that. You're not old enough to smoke. And then so at some point you had to admit that you and your friends were using it for rolling paper. Anybody remember that Big Bamboo album by Cheech and Chong back in the 1970s?
Oh, yeah.
The comedy album, spoken word comedy
the
album.
Big paper.
It had a big paper in it. It had a
we
big
had
bamboo.
to roach it.
I know, guys, that was their New Year's resolution, to get their hands on enough marijuana to be able to use the Big Bamboo rolling paper for an actual joint. 8:16 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. But where was I? I was talking about the old traditions and stuff like that, being able to get the fireworks from that place. And it reminded me, I was talking to Shelley about this back in the day when we had my Uncle Jim was a senator in the legislature, and he would fly to Japan. And if it was close enough to the Christmas and New Year's holiday or 4th of July, he would come back with bags of Japanese, not fireworks, sparklers.
Okay.
Noisemakers and that kind of thing.
The statute of limitations ran out already, Ray.
Oh, when he's dead.
He's innocent.
But I don't recall whether it was legal or illegal, but it was always fun because we always had fireworks or something to play with that would explode and make lights, sparkler devices when we were kids growing up. Jay Dewan online asking, how come they don't let people play with fireworks here? In the States, you can. Let the people of Guam have fun. But has this debate come and gone already? Did we not have a senator in the legislature, Santa Claus, came up with a piece of legislation that legalized personal use of fireworks and sparklers and stuff like that here?
That was the best.
But then this new legislature, didn't they?
Was it Tello?
Didn't they repeal the bill? I think they repealed that legislation. So it's not us. The legislature can't make up its mind whether they're going to be footloose and fast. And in the meantime, Did anybody lose a finger? Was anybody sent to the hospital?
We're still trying to figure out the alphabet and what to capitalize.
The burn unit. It was the burn unit activated.
Yeah, Cedar Sinai didn't
as a result of somebody playing around with fireworks. I don't know. We just can't get out of our own way sometimes. 8:18 in the morning. Is that Galidi on line one?
Line one.
Bringing him
That's Mr. Galidi.
Mr. Galidi. Buenos and day. Happy New Year.
Happy Day, Ray.
Migo.
Happy New Year to you.
Where was the first place that you bought Zigzag?
Man, you know, Ray, when I first bought Zigzag was at Acme.
It was at Acme.
Acme was where they were selling Zigzags, and I used to go there a lot. And you know what I used to do when I was young, Ray? And it's kind of so I would take my mom's cigarette, and at that time I didn't know they were selling wrappers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would take my mom's cigarette and take all the tobacco out. And I'll start stuffing the inside, and I would have made me a joint out of that.
All right, wait a second. No. Because all right. Oh, I'm trying not to reveal too much. But have you ever been so desperate you poked the holes in a Coke can?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you know. So my grandmother was like, "Why are you always having foil in your pocket?" And I said, "The reason why I have foil in my pocket because I use it to cover my Coke can. You know how you open up your Coke can, you don't want flies to come in?
That's right."
And then one day she's washing my clothes and she's like, "Get away, friend. Office sticky because they're smooth." I said, "Manu, mom. Stay up in that pole marijuana stick."
All right, what great memories! What incredible memories!
Yeah.
Trying to get
Anyway.
and thinking that because I guarantee that even though your mom probably knew that you were shining her on, but just let you do it.
Yes. So she said, "Boy, I die no magasa."
Don't get caught.
Don't get caught.
That's it.
Don't get caught with that. Because it's going to be on you, not on me.
20. Oh, God. Great memories. Great memories. That's if you think about it, and I don't want to depress anybody, but God, I miss Christmas with my mom and dad and grandma and granddaddy and Uncle Jim and Uncle Joe.
Yes.
And every year goes by, and you always take just a second and reminisce about the people that raised us and taught us how to have a good time and how to be good to each other and our families, right?
Yes.
Nice.
You know, Ray, you know what? Just talking about it, it actually touches me dead center, you know?
Good.
Because when our parents were alive, our grandparents, you know that the family is together because you must be there.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that? You must be there. Otherwise, you'll never hear the end of it.
Just the sounds of the holidays. You know, we were lucky. But, you know, my grandmother and grandfather had a pretty eclectic crowd of people that they ran around with, and I got to say, among my favorites were Petey and Roddy Himlani, and they would come to the house, and they were all dressed up. They all wore silky clothes and white, Paul Calvo pants, and jewelry all over the place, and they always smelled good, and they were usually just one scotch and soda away from being loud and happy and laughing and giving each other a hard time. There was this sound at the holidays in our house, and you know it was tough. Everybody ran businesses. Everybody had one challenge or another in their working lives. But it got to be the holidays, and you never heard about that. You never heard about hard times. You never heard about anybody struggling to make ends meet. No matter how poor everybody was, they always were able to put together enough scratch to come up with a happy Christmas and a bunch of presents that you could play with clear through Three Kings.
Yes, Ray, we're talking about it as we speak right now, but I notice now that all the odors are gone. You remember how the novenas were going on left and right, parties left and right. You know, you have the Christmas novena, and then you have the Three Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember as I was growing up, I would have to follow because I was raised by my grandmother at a real young age. And I would have to go with her wherever the novena is at. I would have to follow her. And And at that time, I was only like 10 years old already, you know. And I just now, I was talking to my kids, and although my kids are older, I was saying, you know, when Nana was around and Tata, we would always have a family get-together on Christmas Day and a family get-together on New Year's Day to celebrate the New Year's.
Yep.
And now everybody's all over the States now. You know, they have relocated and made the States their home, right, wherever it should be. And just that makes it a lot touching for me also, because I get to travel also, right? And I get to go see where my kids are at. And, yeah, just to bring back memories. Another thing is I like to ring the New Year's with you and Brother Joe there. You know, Happy New Year to you. Tomorrow is going to be the best year of my life. I'm on a next step of my next journey, retiring out of the government of Guam for 36 years already. And, you know, Ray, it hurts me to leave because I like the people that works under me and all the support I've given them and the support they have given me to get where I'm at today. I know times were hard during storms. Times were, and the agency I work for is the ones that are out there, you know. And whether it be power or water, I was always there to support the system. And after 36 years, I think it's time for me to hang my hat and move over and let the new generations come in and create new visions. And for me, I'll step out and then assist the public as I always done. And that's why I say tomorrow is going to be a very good year for me to ring out my 30 years of service to the government of Guam.
Good for
you.
Other
than that, thank you, Ray, for taking this call. And I will continue to call you in and share visions of Guam, you know. I'm not running for senator though.
But you know what? You'll always have a platform here to be able to call them out when they need it. Galidi,
yes.
you have a fantastic New Year's.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your service, and I'm looking forward to the pages you turn in 2026.
Thank you so much, Ray.
All right, amigo. 888-8255-888-TALK, 825 in the morning. It's still so much out there. You know, it's funny to hear him say, I was raised by my grandmother. Similar. I was raised by a Ganya. Is the way I see it. And I've told you this many times. Me and my sister and my buddy Rudy Duenas or something, if we were out screwing around and maybe doing something on the wrong side of right, trust me, his mother, my grandmother knew about it before I got home, before I stepped on the sidewalk in front of Mariana Sales. They knew where I was and what I was up to. Studio time is 8:26. I know Patrick Lahan has got similar stories to that one, but at 8:25 in the morning, Brother Patrick, how you doing?
Hey, man, good morning. You guys talking about Tommy Chong?
Wasn't he just here? No. Cheech and Chong in the Big Bamboo album, which actually had a big rolling paper in it.
Back in the day, he did sports with me at KUAM when they brought him in for a comedy show.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah. I got a call. I was there, a young sports anchor, and I don't know if it was John Denied or Tom Bloss. Said like, hey, we're trying to promote Tommy Chong's show. He's going to do sports with you. I said, he is?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
And, you know, my claim to fame is, you know, before the sportscast, we were talking about Palau. And he turns to Banana Dan and he goes, Palau, set me up a show in Palau. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, in a couple of days, he had a show in Palau.
Yep. It wasn't just, getting down there and diving in the Rock Islands and all of that kind of thing. I think he referred to it, and Dan Bradley always told the joke about getting high in Palau. Says, what's that? And to which Tommy Chong replied, show prep, is what that was all about. So he heard a thing or two about the magnificent THC content of your Palau and marijuana, breed, and went down and tried that stuff out. Yeah, I do remember Tommy Chong coming out here. You know who I was thinking about is Henry Capono, who I'm told was here last week week before with Yvonne Elliman for a big wedding that maybe you heard about. Among the things that we'll remember in 2025, they got a list somewhere. Is it the PDN or the Post that's got the listing of the GSPN top sporting events of the year?
Yeah, we did that, the top 10 sporting events of the year, and we also released yesterday the athletes of the year. So congratulations to 3 phenomenal athletes. We broke it down from adult, high school, and youth. Our top runner, Hugh Kent, won the athlete of the year.
Unbelievable, that kid.
National records, yep. He's only still 19. Unbelievable. Good kid, very respectful. And already doing great things, breaking the indoor mile twice. He did it last year. He smashed the 10K record, the 5K record, won a couple of golds in Palau for the Pacific Mini Games. So congratulations to him. He's the first true runner to win the GSPN Athlete of the Year. High school, went to Rain Rios from GW, second year in a row. He's a senior now. Phenomenal player, a generational type athlete. Great kid. He's done it all, wrestling undefeated. He led the Geckos to the football championship, rugby MVP, and he's an honor society student as well. So
jocks can be smart.
Yeah,
I mean that's the whole thing about Tom Shea's got that scholar athlete program that he's been doing for a long time. Get good grades, excel in whatever sports that you're going to be participating in, and don't do drugs.
Yeah, exactly. And then we, for the youth, we also honor a youth athlete of the year that went to Rio Regis out of Antillon. So, a jiu-jitsu champion, second place in middle school all-island cross country, a football star with the Outlaws, played rugby. So throughout the year, we look at these athletes and we honor them at the end of the year on who really is truly the athlete of the year. So you can check it out on GuamSportsNetwork.com. We have the runner-ups on each category as well. So big props to them. Great 2025 year for sports.
Oh, and the incredible, and it's got to be mentioned, the incredible upset and the changing of the guard, if you will, maybe just for a little bit on the GW versus Father Duenas game. The day the music stopped for FD.
Yeah, it's top story of the year by far. 85-game win streak that was stopped, and then they culminated, a couple of weeks later with the championship. Very close game, 7-0 against FD. It was a season of destiny, as I call it. They just had everything lined up perfectly for a championship run, and kudos to them. Jeff Cobb making it to WWE. That was the number 2 story of the year.
Hey, that's our guy.
Yeah, that's our guy. He actually messaged me and he goes, "I lost to high school football."
Oh, really? Dude, he's got to recognize the significance of 80 some odd game win streak that ended suddenly, and I think there were a lot of people that were still surprised by all of that. Although I will say that I was disappointed. One of the other, I'm sure, major top 5 events for 2025 was the FIBA game over at the UOG Fieldhouse. Extremely well attended. I mean, there wasn't an empty seat in the building. It looked like Menudo was back with the size of the crowd that they had, and an incredible game. There's a lot of drama, a lot of good sportsmanship that we saw in the process there. I would have preferred Guam to win, but I think being at the level where we are participating in categories like that and against countries like that, I'd say that we've done our part. Good job, EJ.
For sure, yeah, for sure. Just reaching those new heights. Both the Asian Cup and the World Cup qualifiers, just for that level. Before, we are always striving for the Pacific Games and the Pacific Mini Games, and we started to win gold consistently. And the vision just got higher and higher. So just to make it to the World Cup qualifiers at this level, and we're not done yet. We're going to be hosting Australia and New Zealand in a couple of months here on Guam. So you'll be seeing that. Those are I think Australia's like ranked number 6 in the world. Just totally different level, and it'll be huge upset if we win that game. But
yeah, but EJ's mentality on this as a coach is I gotta appreciate this. We know that we're come from behind, so let's play with a chip on our shoulder. I mean, I can really appreciate the sentiment that goes in on that. What about soccer? Do we do anything worth noting in a world of international soccer?
Not this year specifically. I think they went back to the drawing board, and they're using a lot of grassroots and local talent for their international play. So they're starting to rebuild that sport again. Gotcha.
And then the future. What do you suppose we're going to have in 2026? Are there more upsets out there? Are there more ways that teams from Guam might be able to distinguish themselves on an international stage?
I mean, it's just it's continued, progression and development for the sports. Even from the high school level, trying to get the alignment of the proper sports. I think a big topic is, should football stay in first quarter, right? And there was always a struggle of where the alignment is proper for that particular sport, since it's the hardest sport to logistically plan for. And so I think, there's going to be some group thinking in the tank, and hopefully, you'd have smoother transition, smoother, flow through especially the high school sports, and then evolves into the adult leagues. But, jiu-jitsu, I think, is always going to be up there. Atos Guam, my goodness, they're just on a roll. They've been sweeping everything. They're on the number 7 in the top 10 stories.
They let me win. They let me win their 5K.
Do they?
yeah, that's my brother's gym, and they did that deal down in Tumon, and I went in there, and the other fast guys didn't run that day, so I was able to come in first in my division. So I was really happy about that. What about Brogy Bear? Is she going to be back in the ring anytime soon that we know of?
Not quite sure. I haven't spoken to her in a bit. I know she had a heartbreaking loss a couple of months ago. Another thing to keep your eye out is we have our NFL cheerleaders. Their teams are back into the playoffs, right? So, Hannah Sahagan, she won the Super Bowl with the Eagles last season. The Eagles are back in the playoffs. Bailey Conception, she's a cheerleader with the Seahawks, right? So the Seahawks are back into the playoffs. So it's pretty neat. It's a little sidebar, that we as fans out here in Guam are monitoring based off of, our chamaritas that are on the sidelines with these NFL teams. So that's pretty cool.
Something to watch out for. Watch out for. Are we prepared for the news about the strongman competition?
So yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen this year. I think Elton just probably took all the gas out of him the last couple of years.
Right.
It's all his fault.
Unbeatable, unstoppable, so nobody wants to challenge him. Well, then you know what? We'll build a couple of years worth of anticipation and start planning the return of the Menmetgut competition.
Right on.
Yeah. Looking forward to, we're always going to help you out with all of that. Catherine online on the YouTube side was talking about some of the interviews that we've done over the years, and took note of how much she enjoyed the conversation between you and I, not as GSPN but as the Shippo, and says, I'll bet Patrick Lujan has a couple of good Tautamona stories along with the Tommy Chong story. I was thinking he was going to run for senator, says Donna Marie 71. Catherine says last time he was on, he was talking about artifacts and Chamorro jewelry. A note here was that my running routine starts over by the Governor Flores, Joseph Flores Memorial Park. I'll run all the way to Beach Bar, and ever since that interview, every single time I've run by the Beach Bar, I try to make a nod and pay my respects. Now that I know that big concrete circle out there is where they have reposed some of the artifacts and findings that they did when they started building Beach Bar.
Yeah, actually, no. They kept it in place, so they're still there. They're still buried in that area.
Well, now I know, and of course, if you're going to be spending some time anywhere down in Tumon, make sure that you're paying a little bit of respect to the dead that have been dead and buried there for hundreds and hundreds of years. Hope they are resting in peace, even though the fireworks are going to be noisy. It's 8:37 in the morning, Brother Patrick. Always a pleasure talking with you. Hug and a kiss to Mom. When I was
Happy New Year, guys.
Yeah, like that. We'll see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into in 2026.
Right on. I'll talk to you guys next year.
You know what, buddy? 888. Okay, did you get that? Talk to you next year.
Jerk.
Hey, we got to do our last big look at news and headlines for 2025 with Donna D right after these messages.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mescla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mesclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
Whoa, 8:38. Somebody's staying over at the Hilton. Somebody. I don't want to spill any beans because it might be secret. It might be secret.
Couldn't afford to do it, huh?
What, Tsubaki Fool, huh? It takes effort to do this. You don't just call the hotel on Wednesday before New Year's and say, I want to stay in the Hilton.
Yeah.
Why are we staying in the Hilton? Because that's about where Jeff is going to be firing off the fireworks from.
So this reservation was made 3 years ago.
Could be strategic, definitely strategic. But hey, somebody's staying over in. If the rooms could talk, huh? Anyway, so congratulations to you on scoring a reservation for New Year's. What's that? Carl Pangilinan online. I use all my Somali votes to vote for Pat Lujan, Guam Sports Network. Huh? No, but it's just Carl. It's Carl being Carl.
It's just Carl.
Yeah, he's using
Carl
all of
with
his
a K.
Somali voters.
Being Carl.
How come I'm not top 5? How come me and my nice birdie's not 5? That's the name of his club, right?
Yeah, that's a nice birdie.
Okay, anyway, 8:30. We can get away with that because it's an actual name of his golf club over at whenever he's out there, shooting for par. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines. If you're ready for it, let's go. Give me the last of it.
The governors of Guam and the CNMI are calling for in-person federal meetings regarding a controversial deep-sea mining proposal. Governors Lulian Guerrero and David Apatang say the community needs more transparency before the January 12th comment deadline. They are also pushing for a 120-day extension to review the plan. The federal proposal involves leasing 35 million acres of seabed near the Mariana Trench. Meanwhile, Senator Will Parkinson is pushing a new bill to protect victims from repeat offenders. Bill 250 would allow judges to extend protective orders after a criminal is released from prison. Parkinson says more than 60% of former inmates reoffend within 3 years. The goal is to provide continuous safety for victims of stalking and domestic violence after a perpetrator's sentence ends. And lawmakers are considering Bill 215 to waive sanitary permit fees for student fundraisers. Student leaders say that current costs ranging from $300 to $1,000 take a massive bite out of their hard-earned funds. Public health and education officials support the move. They say it will encourage student activity while clarifying confusing permit rules for school campuses. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
So we've spent an inordinate amount of time here talking about marijuana cigarettes and Acme Store and Zigzag and Tommy Chong. And Smug Wimp went diving into his memorabilia collection and found his all-access pass for the Tommy Chong comedy tour that took place here back in the day, September 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th. 1993 was when this took place. The Micronesian Tour, 1993, all access in the land of Palau, in the land of Guam, and in the land of Saipan. That's nice. And so the all access pass was made to look like a zigzag wrapper.
Oh, yeah.
The box from the zigzag wrapper.
Yeah.
From back in
make a crutch out of that.
Was it 1993?
Yeah.
Why does that seem like it was just yesterday in my head? Not
because everybody was high.
Not 35 years ago. Okay, got it. John Ananich online says it has been alleged that a few members of RPM, popular breakdancing group from back in the days, the Rhythm Party Masters, may or may not have shared a cigarette infused with Palau essence with Kool and the gang. These allegations further claim this may or may not have happened at the Gold Disc.
Dude.
You mean Jimmy D's Gold Disc?
Dude, we used to challenge John Ananich and his family, bro, to dance battles, dude.
Right.
For real.
Back in the olden days. Now, Island Imports.
Yes, sir.
Breakdancing competition, what, 85? Ish?
Did we save the community, Ray?
Yes, absolutely. Beat Street Breakdown. Come on. You know you want to listen to the music. All of the characters in those movies, weren't they the best bad guys in the world? And the good guys were the best good guys. And it was always the one token white chick that was dating somebody in the thing. You know what I mean?
The Australian breakdancer lady.
Right.
It was always that one.
What do? We got to save the community center. I know we'll have a breakdance contest. That's what'll happen. We'll bring in we'll show those bankers and those tax collectors what's up. 8:43 in the morning. Is this time for celebrity birthdays? Just real quick, Donna, can you do it? Yeah, you got it in you? Yeah. Just a little bit more for just drag it over the line of 2025. Okay, these are for actual New Year's Eve, not celebrating extended from yesterday. Anthony Hopkins is 88 years old. Ben Kingsley is 82.
A serious actor,
right? Yeah. Oh, another serious actor. He would have been 67.
What?
Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer is. We'll still honor him. Tombstone.
He got blacklisted, I think.
And what was it? Iceman from Top Gun. That's how we remember him best.
It wasn't Willow.
And the guy that gave us Gangnam Style, Psy, is 49. Years old today.
He made Koreans cool, man.
There's a store. They made a store in Tamuning, the Gundam store.
Yes.
Gundam, I don't know how to say it, but I still remember how to do the dance. The singer Patti Smith is 79 years old. Jeff Lynne from the Electric Light Orchestra, the guy that gave us Mr. Blue Sky, also remember the Traveling Wilbury, 78 years old. TV host Matt Lauer is 68, and comedian, I always thought she was pretty funny back in the 1980s, Tracy Ullman is 66 years old. And if you're looking for stuff to celebrate, Bacon Day.
Okay.
And not to be confused with International Bacon Day, Canadian Bacon Day, and Bacon Lovers Day. Those are all separate holidays.
All in the Quran.
It's all. Bicarbonate of soda day. You might need some of that when you wake up tomorrow morning so you can make the 8 o'clock mass over at the cathedral. Resolution planning day. Oh my God, we haven't gone over resolutions yet, have we? Have you thought of one?
We've been working hard already. Since last year, we've been working hard.
No. There'll be more.
No change. Stay the same.
Nothing. You're not gonna. There's nothing in your life that you want to.
Yeah, New Year's, same us.
No.
that you're looking by way of. So I'll give you one.
Okay, fine.
Work less.
Oh.
Say no every once in a while.
Man, that's so hard.
No, okay. This woman is she is an incorrigible hustler and the nicest person in the world. And apparently her friends don't know anybody else that plays piano.
Yeah, right.
It's like
you choose the one who can't read.
or
I can't read, right?
It's like the one friend that you have that has a truck ends up doing all the moving for everybody. Donna's the one person that knows how to do the piano thing, and so. Will be called usually at the last minute to go and handle something for somebody. And I'm just saying, take a little bit more time for yourself this year. Real Joe, what about you? A resolution?
keep showing up.
Just keep doing it.
Just keep coming back.
Right, yep.
Keep coming back.
I'll give you reasons to stay. How's that? It's 8:46 in the morning. Quick break. He's all over the place when we're doing the Facebook chat, but he's actually going to be on the radio here in just a second. Dave Duenas will be joining us after these messages.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the morning melt panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today. Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Dragons are real. I'm just gonna say that dragons are real. Have you ever noticed on the Chinese zodiac, all of the animals are actual animals from the actual animal kingdom? They've got monkeys and they got snakes and they got tigers like me and rats. But they've also got the odd outlier in there, like dragons. I think this is a year of the horse, by the way, but they've got a dragon. If the Chinese have only animals in their zodiac and they've got a dragon in there, doesn't that mean at some point dragons actually existed? And maybe they still do.
That makes sense.
Could still be. 8:48 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. We've been talking and asking of all of the politicians, just give us a reason to stay. Give us a reason to stay. I was telling you yesterday, 75% of working folks, work for a living folks in Hawaii are planning on leaving the state because they just can't afford it anymore, can't live there, and are looking maybe for a reason to stay. And Dave Duenas picked up on that and riffed on that in an editorial that he did. And we'll talk to him about that in a second. I know he said he was coming up next, but Congressman Jimmy wants to cut the line. So let me bring the congressman in for his benediction here and thoughts about 2025 and 2026. Good morning, buddy. Congressman.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Viva.
And it flew by quick, and I bet you this next year will just go even faster. Somehow, as we move up every year, the time gets shorter and shorter. I don't know. We got to check the atmosphere or something.
It's science. It's science, Jimmy. It's science.
Okay.
It's all relative. Is the answer to that question? As we get older, we've experienced more time, and so 5 minutes to us is different than 5 minutes to a 4-year-old.
Very much.
They don't. It's all on a relative scale, and here we are at a time in our lives where the years fly by. It was just Christmas Eve last week, and that feels like it was yesterday. You know what I mean?
I do. The only thing that feels different is the waistline on my pants. But otherwise,
I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, I noticed that your shirts are getting bigger.
Okay, there you go. We'll work on that. So about those New Year resolutions, yep, those are great ideas. Getting healthy and maintaining our health, of course.
Well, we'll continue to work on doing those things, and one of the things, if we're going to ponder a little bit about our future in 2026, you, among others, in the House of Representatives and working with the Senate, and finally the President of the United States of America, managed to move the big beautiful bill. And in addition to some of the things that are in the big beautiful bill, are a number of tax features. No tax on tips. We'll be able to write off the interest on loans on certain cars that are going to be sold in the United States of America. Senior citizens won't be taxed on their Social Security, et cetera, et cetera. Is there anything else? And if standard deductions are going to be going up in 2026, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, definitely right. The family deductions as well, they're all there, and that's what the president wants to do. And this is really has never been done before, but the Republicans were able to somehow we got together and we wanted to make sure we can put more money back into the taxpayers' hands, and that's exactly what we did. And we want to get the economy going once more and help build America back nice and strong, and take care of our defense for the nation, so we can all get along and work the economy together. So we got other measures that we're looking at to make work out, especially for the islands. And I'm anxious to get back to D.C. Hopefully it's a little warmer to make sure we can get this going.
It won't be. It's actually going to get colder now that the Christmas holiday is done and we're moving into a new year. Good luck on getting your airplane rides all at the same time. My understanding is that we're at a point where it's airport Mageddon again, and thousands of cancellations as we move through. Conversations in Washington, D.C., I think maybe a little bit more urgent now that the Chinese Communist Party are actually doing live fire exercises in and around the Taiwan area. And then there's another conversation. I don't know if you caught this in the news yesterday, but newspapers out in Japan are suggesting that the 4th Marines are not going to be brought back into the Guam. They're not going to be moving into the Guam area along with the other members of the 3rd MEF, because they want to be ready for littoral challenges and opportunities should China go crazy with Taiwan. What are you hearing about those changes?
Yeah, well, that's the Japanese paper that put that out, and of course they're strategically doing certain things in order for the timelines to be met. So, as the threat becomes more real, we had to make some adjustments, but we still are on the same conditions, and the NDAA stands as it is for the support of the Marines still coming on over. Whether that gets delayed or still in the same timeline, we'll continue to do the build-up on Guam. So that shouldn't affect what we're looking at.
Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, given the proximity between Guam and Taiwan and Japan, Okinawa and Taiwan, and we're also seeing what for some people might be a little bit disconcerting. The Japanese are becoming, their armed forces are becoming more of an aggressive armed forces, no longer just self-defense. They're looking at being able to participate if they needed to. In whatever roughhousing starts to happen in the next couple of years out in that part of the world, but very, very interesting. All of the things that are moving forward. What are you going to be working on in Washington D.C. in 2026? What's on the desk that you got to work on right away?
For the party, for the leadership, we had to get through this continuing resolution.
You got to get rid of Ilhan Omar. You absolutely got to get her out of the House. Becoming very, very clear the nature of the relationships that she has in her life, and questions about some of the other people that she's been working with in amazing Minnesota that have managed to get themselves very, very rich by fleecing the American public.
It's really disgusting. That's so sad, and using children as a lie to put money into their pockets. I'm sure we're going to be hearing that on the floor when we get them back next week.
Just do that. That will make me happy. If that's all you end up doing in the next year, then we'll do that. 8:55 in the morning. And is it too early for a Super Bowl prediction?
Oh, I'm not going to jinx it. I'm going to do that.
Smart man. 8:55. Listen, I'm going to let you run. Happy New Year to you, Congressman.
Happy New Year.
Hug and a kiss to Sandy. I'll see you soon.
Will do.
All right, man. 888-8255. It's 8:55 in the morning. Anybody I don't get to this hour, we'll for sure make room for you in the next hour. No guest today. It's just me and you and Real Joe. How about Dave Duenas? How you doing there?
Up a day, Ray. How you doing, sir?
Swimming occasionally in a warm bath of nostalgia. It was nice talking to Galidi and hearing about his adventures. 36 years in the government of Guam. He's retiring as of today, and turns a new page in 2026 as a free agent, if you will. So it's going to be interesting to see some of the things that he comes up with. What about you?
Well, I first and foremost, I want to thank you for taking the call, and secondly, I am, as you alluded to earlier, I very much a faithful, loyal listener every morning. I love the conversations that are taken on your show and the comments as well, and I just wanted to take this opportunity with the new year hours away to wish everyone a happy new year, and I hope everyone has a prosperous new year as well, and stay safe, of course.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. A little bit of time between now and the top of the hour here. Is there anything else on your mind? Is it looking at any of the headlines or movements at Adeloop, or actually nothing moves out there, but the things that are taking place in the government of Guam that you've got your eye on?
Well, there's first and foremost, I love listening to your show, of course, because that's 5 years running, if I'm not mistaken.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's an accomplishment, Ray. And I listen purposely because I get a lot of the ideas, like the one you alluded to with the give me a reason to stay in Guam. I was listening that day, and I said, man, that is a very good issue to write about. So I did. And, it's just a testament to the listenership and the comments that come out on your show that I get a lot of the ideas that I have and talk about and write about. And it's just, I don't know, I just wanted to thank you for allowing me to come on the air with you and wish everybody a Happy New Year.
I'm very, very humbled by that comment. I appreciate it, and that's my reason to stay every day. That's my reason to come into work every day.
Exactly.
8:57 and change. I'll talk to you soon. Happy New Year to you, buddy. Dave Duenas and I working together over the years in lots of different places in lots of different ways. When it gets among my favorite things, and I know something he's very passionate about, is the coastal cleanup. That's something that he has shepherded over the course of the years, and that voice and that face from numerous call-ins and opportunities that he's done with public television. One of the guys that picks up the microphone when it gets to be time to annotate the parade. Phil's on the line. Couple of minutes between now and the top of the hour. Phil, make it count.
Okay, real quick. Happy New Year to you and your crew. Anyways, are they going to air the fireworks for Manamkus or people that can't drive down and go down to watch the fireworks? GVB's putting it out for the tourists. What about for Manamkus? No one's airing it? PBS or was that
KUAM?
KUAM News, or I don't know how you guys got your show live on YouTube, or somebody could do something like that, or
Well, that's easy, but it's not a whole lot of time to publicize it now. There might be
out there and they have it, but no one publicizes it. I just want to know if it can be shown. Because I sure as hell ain't going to go down there, drink a little, and drive back drunk.
You and I
agree with you. That's why they should have legalized fireworks. So I can sit at home, watch the neighborhood
going down
their fireworks.
Phil, I'll see what we can find out. Otherwise, here's the deal. As it gets closer to midnight, go ahead and open up YouTube. If somebody's streaming it live, there will be a live stream from. It'll show up as a live event on the front page of YouTube.
Next year someone can think of something like that.
You know what, Real Joe, write it down. And when it gets to be December 1st of 2026, we'll remind them that Phil wants the fireworks live streamed.
I'm like you. I'd rather just sit home, drink my beer, and watch the fireworks.
That's it. That's it, buddy. 9 o'clock in the morning. Happy New Year to you. I appreciate you calling. I appreciate you listening. You are another one of the reasons why we show up every day. Este amigo. That's it. Fox News Live, 93.3 KUSG. I got you. This is The Point. Free Fire Zone in the next hour of The Ray Gibson Show as we kill 60 entire minutes between now and what will be our New Year's holiday.
Another deadly strike on Tom Graham, Fox News. The Pentagon has targeted another boat allegedly carrying drugs. The latest strike killing 2 people in the eastern Pacific. It brings the total number of boat attacks in the Caribbean region up to 30. More than 100 people have been killed since early September. President Trump justifying the attacks as a necessary escalation to stem the flow of drugs into the U.S. President Trump hosting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago in South Florida. And he's speaking about the future of Iran's nuclear program as well as the ceasefire deal in Gaza.
The president says that if it is confirmed that Iran, as he put it, is behaving badly, well, there could be some severe consequences, including something maybe more powerful than the strikes that were delivered back in June.
We don't want to waste the fuel on a B-2. It's a 37-hour trip both ways.
The president also discussing the future of Gaza and the second phase of this ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. Part of the next phase would include an Israeli troop withdrawal and Hamas disarming. President Trump says if Hamas doesn't, then there will be, quote, hell to pay.
Fox's Jeff Paul in Tel Aviv. His case has become a lightning rod for debate over the Trump administration's deportation policies. A newly unsealed order in the criminal case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia, revealing that high-level Justice Department officials pushed for his indictment, calling it a top priority. This after he was mistakenly deported, then returned to the U.S. Abrego Garcia has pleaded not guilty in federal court in Tennessee to charges of human smuggling. He's seeking to have the case dismissed on the grounds that the prosecution is vindictive. To support that argument, Abrego Garcia has asked the government to turn over documents. On Wall Street, stocks falling slightly as trading nudges to an end for 2025, closing in closer to the finish line. The Dow falling 95 points. America's listening. Fox News.
Celebrate New Year's Eve at Breezes at the Hyatt Regency Guam. Budweiser and Grey Goose Vodka present the ultimate countdown party with free-flowing drinks and delicious bar bites from 10 p.m. to midnight. Tickets are $70 for adults and $15 for children. Make this New Year unforgettable with the perfect view of Tubon Bay at Breezes, only at the Hyatt Regency Guam. For tickets and VIP table purchases, call 647-1234. Budweiser reminds you that responsibility matters.
This holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited-time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Turhampton, oven-roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie-style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Listening to Fox News.
A judge ordering the release of redacted audio and transcripts from the October closed-door hearing of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk's alleged killer, Tyler Robinson. Fox's Alexis McAdams.
The suspected killer's legal team, they're asking the court to allow the accused killer to appear at future hearings without shackles and then say, let him wear his own clothes, his street clothes, instead of a jail jumpsuit. According to the new documents, the defense team claims the state did not present any good reason as to why their client should be shackled up. They said this, it's not a jail, this is a courtroom. So the judge is going to allow civilian clothing, but he says this guy has to be handcuffed as he sits there, Robinson, and he ruled that the media cannot take pictures or any video of Robinson in cuffs on his hands or on his feet. The judge says the case needs transparency because he knows a lot of people are going to be watching it and says it's important to protect everyone involved.
Robinson has been charged with aggravated murder and felony use of a firearm, among other charges. The Department of Justice is considering federal charges. Well, Disney is paying a hefty fine.
The Justice Department says Disney is ordered to pay $10 million in civil penalties as part of a settlement resolving alleged violations of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. That federal law prohibits website operators from collecting, using, or disclosing personal information of children under 13 without notice and consent from parents. A complaint filed in federal court accuses Disney of improperly targeting advertising towards children on YouTube and unlawfully collecting information. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
A shelter-in-place order has been lifted for residents in one rural Kentucky community after a CSX train derailment resulted in a chemical leak as well as a fire. It happened in Todd County. That's in the southern part of the state. In all, 31 cars came off the tracks. No injuries have been reported. I'm Tom Graham, and this is Fox News.
The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa is hosting a celestial New Year's Eve countdown. This is an open bar New Year's Eve party at the Tree Bar, and tickets are only $60 per person or $100 per couple. DJ Mark kicks the New Year's Eve mix off at 9 p.m., and then it's a night full of raffle prizes, specialty cosmic cocktails, and a grand deal champagne toast at midnight. Dinner patrons at the Hilton that night get discounted no-host bar tickets for only $15. Get tickets at guamtime.net and at the Hilton front desk. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duvall, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
The clock is ticking, the music is pumping, and we are just days before saying goodbye to this year and hello to a brand new one. Celebrate New Year's Eve with the Countdown Party at the Guam Reef Hotel. New Year's Eve dinner starts at 9 p.m. and will roll on to 12 midnight to greet the new year. Lots of food, live music, dancing, and awesome prizes courtesy of Guam Reef and Budweiser. For details, call the Guam Reef Hotel at 644-3158. Budweiser reminds you that responsibility matters.
Hey, Ray Gibson Show, being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
I can't find it, Joe. I cannot find it.
What'd you lose?
I cannot find a copy in my phone, my files, of the Assen Main Church Choir doing their version of Auld Lang Syne.
Oh, yeah, that's a good jam.
It was. Oh, my God. It was really, really good. But they did it in Chamorro.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, you remember?
Oh, say they did. Okay. They didn't do the Dan Fogelberg.
No, that's another Auld Lang Syne. Is the name of that yacht rock song from back in the day? No, just Auld Lang Syne. They did a version of it. I believe it was in Chamorro, and it was all over everybody's WhatsApp. And now I was looking at it. I can't find it. So if you've got a copy of it, put it in the meme machine 7978255. Come on, Francis. I know you got the thing out there somewhere. Maybe I just got it. Maybe AULD. Maybe that's what I should be searching for on a thing. Hold on. No results. There's not even a regular Auld Lang Syne on Auld Lang Syne, which is a song that everybody sings at midnight when we drag out the old year and drag in a new year. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? I don't know.
Yeah, man, I just thought of Lieutenant Dan sitting there with no legs.
He got no legs, Lieutenant Dan. Yeah. There's a hopeful piece in there somewhere. I recall once upon a time not being able to remember too much of the song, and then I got a call from the Archbishop. Well, the former Archbishop, and he clued me in on the rest. I didn't realize the song was as long as it is. You start looking, you go and Google it. Ask your grok. And there was a story about AI, and I'm big on AI, right? And one of the things that they're working on is because they get these things. I mean, is it basically glorified Google? Is that what people use it for these days? But now they're trying to make it so that it really is kind of a thinking model, and one of the things that they're going to have to sort out how to do is inference. We infer regularly. We look at the headlines, and you immediately have got some kind of a shotgun response to it. That's your brain inferring based on the available clues what is going on. So you can sort it out. Axios reporting chip makers NVIDIA and Grok entered into a licensing agreement aimed at making AI systems faster and cheaper while addressing a weak spot, which is inference. NVIDIA's chip power much of the AI training phase, but inference, where models produce real-world results using what they've learned during the training, is still a bottleneck that even NVIDIA doesn't fully control. Grok chips are purpose-built for inference and can be cheaper to run than NVIDIA's graphics processing units, the energy-intensive chips that are used for trainings. And they're putting all kinds of money into inference startups, hoping to find that missing link between AI experimentation and everyday use. They operate in two different distinct phases. There was a whole thing. They put together a roadmap to help understand what goes on when you send something out to this artificial intelligence, and how they come up with the text and the image and the videos that they use. In inference phase, the model recognizes patterns in data that it's never seen before and will generate responses to prompts based on those patterns. So it might something that you can try. Something you can try. What I have been doing lately is like you're in Instagram or something, and you see, hey, there's a pretty girl in a pretty kind of situation, a cool situation, and so what you do is you copy that, and then you can send it to your Grok or your Gemini and whatever, and say, make me a prompt based on this image, and then you can make a little adjustments to that. And once you've got that into the prompt, then you use that prompt that AI generated to make another prompt for your text to image. Does that sound? So I found a picture online of Santa Claus and a hot elf. And what I wanted to do, I went to Grok and I asked Grok to make me what is it? I used that to have Grok turn it into an image of Santa Claus and a hot elf twerking, and so now the AI.
So you taught the AI.
I taught the AI, Joe.
Yeah.
So
the
you're
AI smarter than the
knows
AI.
what Santa Claus looks like, can infer what a hot elf looks like, and then all it had to do was go and find videos of Nicki Minaj or whoever actually twerking, and then turn that into a picture. Now this, as it turns out, Grok knows how I am, and so as it turns out, this is the only image that it was put up that I was actually able to use, because all of the other images of the hot elves, there's no pants.
Yeah, a little risky.
Very short skirts on the hot elves, all dogging. And I thought, you know what? For my friends over at KUAM who carry the program, I didn't want to put that license at risk. But for those of you that are watching on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePoint.gu, Rumble.com, etc., this is what it came out with. And I got to say how impressed I am with the realism that it gave me. So it's Santa Claus, and he's doing a little bit of rubbing there on the hot elf. That's all 6 seconds that I can air, because I'm sure that if I pressed it to send me other, it might have been a little bit too risky, a little too spicy.
What a saint.
As we say, there's a little Saint Nick. Where's Rainbow? Where's Mrs. Claus? Is this the kind of thing that you allow to happen in the North Pole? But it's also the realism that they're getting into. I mean, the fact that it comes up within seconds of a plausible Santa Claus. Looks like this guy could be an actor on a television. And this girl here, the elf, works out. That's what real girls at the gym look like when they work. Ladies, when you're wearing your butt shorts to the gym, I want you to know that's what it looks like. That's why certain guys in the gym have a hard time not following you around like you got a tail with the thing. I'm just saying.
Stop staring.
That's what you're going for there. For those of you that get kind of lost on your fitness journey, if you're wondering what it is that you're supposed to be working on, that right there in the picture that I put up, that I'm putting up on the screen again, that's where you're headed. At 9:14 in the morning. But yeah, it's interesting to see what's going on with all of the stuff that AI is coming up with. Very close to being realistic, ultra realistic now, and in another, I would say between now and say Father's Day. 2026, we will be in a situation where the imagery that is coming out of AI will be indistinguishable from real life. Your eyes won't be able to detect it. All of the artifacts, everything else that the AI pops in now because it doesn't know any better. I think all of that's going to be eliminated, and you will be surprised. I wonder how many times we're going to air videos, not like that one, but videos that have been sent to us in our WhatsApp. Maybe audio and video quality is going to be so great that we will actually have certain politicians, people running for public office, and saying, "That's not me. That's AI generated. That I never said that. That's not me in the picture. I don't know who those women are." And whatever, I worry that kind of thing is going to be happening for us. Note to moms and dads, I know everybody's kind of looking forward to the holidays coming to an end so you can get rid of the kids. Is it costing you a fortune? Is it I told you the story about meeting up with my daughter yesterday, going to hang out over at the beach, and just as I'm getting there, she's like, "Dad, I'm hungry," and to which I'm in the top of my head thinking, okay, no good can come of this. She's hungry in Tucson. There's nothing that you can get your hands on in Tucson that won't set you back $15 just for looking at it in the menu. How much for the avocado dip there? Oh, that's $15. Oh, how much for, what's the other spinach dip? Likewise, $15. Did you want bread with that? Okay, that's $20. So, crackers or whatever. just a ton of stuff is expensive. So that was the first thing is, okay, can you imagine having to do that with kids every day? Huh? So she's going to go and get the coffee job again to cover a couple of expenses between here and graduation time, which is kind of delightful. But I can't imagine what you got. You got kids.
Yeah.
You got are you with Ruckus all the time?
I'm super hungry all the time.
Oh my God. Is it that age?
Everything, man. I'm hungry.
It's
Snack time yet?
Yep. Wake up in the morning. I got to have breakfast. Okay, and then you're going to have a snack. And then after that, Dad, where are we going for lunch? And he's already got an idea of what he wants for lunch in his head. Hour later, hungry again. Dinner time, hungry again. And a midnight snack before they go to sleep.
Yeah, go to your mom's house.
And how much?
Let's stay over there.
Even chips. How much is a bag of chips, bro?
It's not cheap.
It's not.
No,
it's not. It's mostly air.
Yeah.
Just saying. So
It isn't.
there may be many parents that I'm talking to that don't dare say it out loud, but you can hardly wait until the 5th of January when the holidays are going to be over. It's the first working day for everybody, and you can get rid of the kids. But wait. Not everybody. The word came out yesterday. No classes for students on January the 5th. There are exceptions. 4 DOE schools will be working on the 5th of January. All of the other DOE schools will be closed. The ones that will be open equals John F. Kennedy High School, Ukadu High School, Simon Sanchez High School,
Dang.
and F.B. Leon Guerrero Middle School.
Why are they punishing all the schools that they don't care about the most?
Due to double session schedules and the need to maximize instructional time, 4 schools will resume classes on Monday the 5th and will operate on their normal bell schedules. Again, JFK, Ukadu, Simon Sanchez, and FBLG are the lucky. Aren't they lucky, Joe?
So lucky.
They get to go back to school a day before everybody else
The
does.
luckiest, they get a head start.
That's the way that we need to look at this. I'm sure that all over the island, moms and dads of JFK, Ukadu, Simon
So
Sanchez,
blessed.
and FBLG schools says, "Oh, thank God, thank God, we don't have to run the air conditioning all day anymore for these guys. The internet bill's going to be going down." What's that? Carl Pangolin. Oh, he knows. Carl with a case says Joey's boy sends him to 2 different Tumon spots for lunch. LOL. Is that true?
It caught me.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, those kids, they want something, and that's the only thing they want.
Good Lord.
Can't just get pizza anywhere, Ray.
No, I know. No. Did you try slices yet?
That's where I was when I ran into Carl with a cane.
Okay.
And I said, I got to go to Vitali's because my kid won't eat any other pizza.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. Then come out. It's not served by a Micronesian woman. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I got you.
It's good.
All right. So a couple of other things, and this is a kind of interesting part of the year. Is who's traveling? Do we know anybody that's on the road right now?
No.
All right. So here's this. This is the thought in my head. It's possible, RJC, that there might be somebody listening to the broadcast that doesn't live. That's here on Guam. That doesn't live here on Guam.
That happens, yeah.
Right? Okay, so as an example, last year, I remember I was down in Tumon, and I met up with this Japanese guy. And he looked like, just a regular old Japanese city boy. Spoke remarkably good English. And we got to talking. I shared a couple of my beers with him. And we got to talking. And I said, what you up to? You just here for the holidays? He said, no. I have a thing that I want to do. And I said, what is this thing that you want to do? And he said, I want to have 2 New Years. So I'm wondering, as I'm talking on the radio, if there's listen, if you're only on Guam, to get on an airplane tomorrow, United 200, I think is the flight.
Or Saipan?
No, here.
No, okay.
They will. You can cross the international date line so that you leave here on New Year's Day. I think it's 7 o'clock. You leave here New Year's Day, 2026, at 7 a.m., and then you arrive in Hawaii. What time does that thing land? Okay, wait. United Airlines, you arrive 1 day earlier. So then you would have. I had a version of this that actually had the times printed on it, but it's Guam, Honolulu, Like I said, you leave first thing in the morning tomorrow on New Year's Day, and then you get into Honolulu a little. I think what is it? I think maybe 8 o'clock in the afternoon, New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Who can handle 2 New Years, dude?
I can do it. I could totally do it.
Handle that.
I can do it. No. I take one for the team. I take one for the team to do it. Now, wait a second. Now, as I think about it, though, did not United have a problem last year? In the last couple of years, United did this, where there was the flight did not leave on New Year's when it was supposed to. It was delayed leaving Guam so that it arrived. It did not arrive when it was supposed to. And I don't know. We got to somebody dig that thing out. It's in the stories about New Year's traveling, but it's possible that we've got somebody that's listening right now. And if that's you, 888-8255-888-TLK. Love to hear the story about how you got lined up with it. They're people that's what they do, is look for opportunities like this for special flying and special routes that they wouldn't normally be able to do if it weren't for things like the international dateline. Ours is not the only one. They will have a variety of flights. Fiji Airways will take you from Kiritamiti to Honolulu. Air New Zealand, Auckland to Rarotonga. It's already told you about United Airlines, Guam to Honolulu. All Nippon Airways will leave Haneda and fly into Los Angeles, arriving a day earlier. Starlux Airlines, Taipei to San Francisco. Cathay Pacific, Hong Kong to Vancouver. Cathay Pacific again, Hong Kong to San Francisco, and another Cathay Pacific flight, Hong Kong to Los Angeles, arriving one day earlier. But obviously, in order to take advantage of that, you actually have to be in one of these locations already. So maybe somebody in one of the hotels that we've got here is getting ready to pack his bags tomorrow on New Year's Day here on Guam to fly into New Year's in State. Jerome McDonald online saying Happy New Year's to all kinds. I'm getting that feeling like, we're just counting down the minutes between here and New Year's. You ever get that feeling you're in the ballroom? Who's ballrooming it this year? Anybody that we know? I've got a plan.
Ambrose.
Ambrose. They've always got something.
They're ballrooming it everywhere.
There are a couple of plans that I've got in my head and the possibilities. But as I said, I cannot see myself being awake at midnight tonight for the fireworks. Now, I might get, as Ray Gibson will say from time to time, a better offer. But it's not coming in. I'm checking my phone looking for better offer from folks and waiting to see what's going to be happening here. It's 9:24 already? Huh. You know what we didn't do yet?
Uh-oh.
Market report.
There you go.
Stand by. Let me put this up for the market report. But it's the Santa Claus thing again.
Here we go.
He's grinding to the beat of the song that you've got playing in the background.
His hips don't lie.
It's elf twerking, man. It's elf twerking. I love AI. I can hardly wait to see what happens next. 9:24 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll take a look at what's going on in the markets. It's not a big deal. I'm just killing time here. But the S&P 500 drifting down by about 10 points. NASDAQ off by about 55. And the Dow's off by a little bit, just shy of 100 points here. 48,367 for the Dow. FTSE is up by 74. The Nikkei is down by 187. Nothing major on Hang Seng and Shanghai. And the DAX is up by 139 points. What's this? Stock futures are little change as investors ready for the new year. All right, do I have a big winner here today? We'll take a look at the Dow. United Health, Chevron, Boeing, Verizon Communications, and Walt Disney round out Walt Disney rounds out the top 5 gainers on the gizmo at the Dow. If you're looking to buy yourself some commodities, oil back down to $57.91. It was touching 58 yesterday, and so I'm glad to see it moving back down in that direction. Gold off by about $29, closing at $4,357 for an ounce of that. And silver, as my dad used to say, silver Actually, it was the name of a cat that we had. It was a black cat named Silver. But Silver is at $75.70 for a barrel of that kind of stuff. And there's been a rollicking conversation on YouTube Live about, taking a look at regular stocks and bonds and the usual equities, and then investing in metals like gold and silver, and then investing in things like crypto. So many venues for, and I look at that. I love the way these guys are getting into these arguments about, which one is better than the other. And I'm looking at it as look, there's just all these different ways for me to lose money. Is to throw it at the markets. 9:26 in the morning. If you're doing some traveling, how much is a dollar if you're coming in from Japan? It's 156 yen to the dollar, flat like it was, about the same as it was yesterday. Philippine peso at 58.92, and it looks like a little bit of a strengthening of the dollar in South Korea. It was 1,434 yesterday, 1,441. Still good enough for people to want to buy some dollars with their won and see if they can ride a little bit of arbitrage up here. What have I got here? And the Bitcoin number yesterday, 87,038. It's 87,380 some odd. Today, right now, the real-time Bitcoin number, real Joe.
88,443.
So not over 100,000 for 2025.
Yeah.
It's going to be going in kind of slow. You know what it needs to do? It needs to take money and put it into Bitcoin pockets. Like Kat said.
You're right.
Yeah, maybe next year will be better for people that are, using that as the vehicle to get themselves rich. 9:27 in the morning. Who's on the phone?
He's got more jabs for the Attorney General.
He's back?
He's back.
Peter Santos.
Personal.
Oh, my God. I'm going to do... Can I can get a picture of Peter Santos and have him twerking with an elf. I should be able to do that, right?
Twerking with an AG.
Doing the Dougie with Dougie.
No, we're making peace.
Oh my God! Well, you know what? I was hopeful we would have a kumbaya moment before the end of the year. Peter Santos, on line one. Buenas noches. Okay, it's just you. Happy New Year, bud.
Happy New Year. No, I'm calling back to do a proper Happy New Year to you and Donna Joe, and Real Joe.
Donna Joe.
And Donna D. I put Donna and Joe together.
That's I've got a visual and I don't know how to get rid of it now.
But if you want to find a video of me twerking, you don't need the AI. It's actually out there.
It does exist, right? Was it at the Renaissance reunion by any chance? God, that was a fun night.
I was incognito, but anyways, I didn't call back to take jabs at Doug. He's already doing a good enough job, getting himself into hot water. But really, Ray, I was listening to some of the other callers, and again, it's not a money problem. It's an execution problem, right? And so that's what we need is we need competent folks in the government, not politicians, but professionals that are actually gonna do their job. And then the other reason why I'm calling is, we're closing out the year, and I would be remiss if I don't mention the memory and the loss that we had in the great Uncle Bob Klitsky. He was a very dear mentor and elder of mine. I ran into Auntie Lou the other day, and we were reminiscing about, all the times, and we lost a giant. And I just wanted to close out the year, remembering him and all the things that he's done for Guam. And we really need someone like Bob Klitsky right now.
We need a dozen, or I'm sorry, how do I want to say this? We need at least 15 Bob Klitskys. That's what we apply. Well, no, because there's 15 seats over at the legislature.
Do we need a gaggle?
There's 15 seats over at the legislature, and we need serious and sober politicians. Policymakers down there. And it just seems, recent examples of legislation that has been proposed makes me question whether or not we've got that sober leadership down there at the 38th Guam legislature. And I know there's still time for them to impress me between now and the primary elections next year. And as I said, not necessarily talking about myself, but speaking for the thousands of people who are looking at 2025 and some awful news for the business community and the private sector, wondering if there's still any reason to keep investing physically, financially, and emotionally in Guam, given the lack of care and attention that our elected representatives have not placed on our priorities.
Yes, I hear you, Ray, but also, too, that letter you talked about where it says, give me a reason to stay.
Yeah.
You know, we can't depend on the politicals to give us a reason. We, as the community of Guam, got to make Guam
again
what it needs to be. And I look to my left and my right, and it's not all doom and gloom. I see a lot of success stories. I have a lot of friends who are in small businesses, and they're just killing it. You know, it's there. You can do it. You can't wait for Gov Guam to spoon feed you or whatever. You just go out.
But can they get out of our way? Never mind whether I'm getting encouragement and help from the government. Can they get out of the way? I mean, just you talk to the business people and ask them about the challenges that they've got. Just I want to do the right thing. Make it easy for me to do the right thing.
Right. We need proficient and competent services, for the businesses to get what they need to do done. Like I said before, there's a scorecard that the UN keeps about all the different jurisdictions on how business friendly they are. We need to look at that scorecard and see where we're lacking and how we would compare. We're not on the scorecard, but it's a good, bellwether to look at.
Can we? Are there ways that we can make things easier for, say, developers? Are there things that we can do for contractors? Are there things that we can do for architects and people that
we need
really can drive heavy equipment, heavy investment?
Right. We need visionaries like Carl Gutierrez and his ilk back in the day. But the other thing is we just need people with political courage to do the right thing and not worry about hurting people's feelings or angering certain groups. Because at the end of the day, we need to do what needs to get done and not worry about how people feel.
Agree. That's
so, we
we
need to put people in there. We need to put leaders in there that understand what's going on. I'm sorry I used the word leaders. We need to put representatives and public servants in there that understand what's going on.
At least read the room.
Do the work.
Oh my God! At least read the room. Okay, fine. Maybe it's not all doom and gloom. I mean, you're right. I do know a couple of business guys that are killing it. I always talk about Bert and Gnomes over at Pono, and they've been able to take a food truck business, selling rice bowls with fish and chicken and barbecued chicken, and now they've got a brick and mortar location, which I think is awesome. Last weekend, I helped celebrate the 10th anniversary of Mosa's joint in a brick and mortar facility. They used to be a pop-up. They used to be a food truck, and I recognize that there's a lot of people that are thinking, okay, maybe I got an opening here, maybe I got a defile, and taking advantage of it, and to which I think is fine. But like I said, I think we've got to find ways to make it that much easier for them to do it. Now, and I'll give you an example, and this is right there with the food truck guys, that they get invited to come and participate in a food truck night or some big deal going on somewhere. And as far as I'm concerned, they're the attraction. And what used to be one of those just park there, don't worry about charging, you just put it there, and the people will line up and get the food. Now when they do a food truck thing, it's like, hey, come over to our food truck thing, and guess what? It's $1,000. That's the fee for parking here. Which is way outside of any margins that they need to be able to sustain their business like that. So if you're calling in the food truck guys, remember that they've got almost as many expenses as a brick and mortar business, and your excessive fees to have them participate in your food truck night actually costing them money at the end of the day. That's, in my mind, that's just simple. That's something that these people, these organizers, especially in the government, need to understand.
Yeah, and that's why I stopped doing pop-ups, because the fees used to be reasonable. Nowadays, they're not, and you know they're trying to squeeze blood out of a turnip. But aside from that, though, Ray, one of the things that we got to be realistic about is that statistically, 9 out of 10 small businesses will not make it. And why is that? It's a combination of things. Sometimes it's not a good business model. Sometimes it's not good execution, and sometimes it's over-regulation. But that's the statistic, that 9 out of 10 small businesses that start up will not last a year. That's just a fact of life.
Yeah, and a good hustler will ask themselves the question, what did I learn from this? And then try to make modifications and move on. But, you know, the classic example, and I'll give it to you right here because we're still in this administration, was when they shut everything down on Guam for COVID. It was the absolute worst thing that they could have done. And there's businesses, I think, that are still trying to recover from all of that. And many businesses could not recover, regardless of the quality of the product and the pricing and the quality of the leadership. They shut down because the administration took their customers away.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, and there's still people that would argue with you that it was the correct thing to do. Who's right, who's wrong, we'll never really know.
I was right about everything. I was right about everything. All the knee-jerk reactions that took place, all of the restrictions and regulatory nonsense that we went through was all BS at the end of the day. And you remember when we were living and dying based on the what is it, car score? You remember what that was? The guy that created the car, he's gone. He's gone, and there's nobody that's being held responsible and accountable for any of the BS decisions that they made that affected real human beings during those years. One of them wants to move one office over.
Yeah, we'll see what the people got to say about that.
Good Lord. That's why it's going to be an exciting year for us, Peter. I can hardly see what they've got to say about who they want to be the next toughest AG on crime. It'll be an exciting year, Peter, and I'm glad that,
we need someone that actually fights and wins, Ray. If we look at the statistics, you're going to be surprised.
All right. Well, I tell you what, we'll save all of that for the ads I'm going to charge you for.
Absolutely.
That's that 888-825-888-TALK. Well, this is an interesting WhatsApp. This is very interesting.
Oh.
Would you like to know what the interesting thing in my WhatsApp is?
Yes, I would, but I'll stick around for the news.
Yeah, you gotta wait until after the you know me. 9:38. All right, let's find out what the big stories are with Joanne Chargala. What's it, Joanne Chargala over at KUAM TV? Last KUAM newscast of 2025.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Jenigan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Wednesday, December 31st. A 53-year-old man has been arrested and charged in connection with the November family violence incident involving alleged threats made to a woman. According to court documents, Benjamin Unchuk Charfris Jr. was charged Monday with misdemeanor family violence after police say he sent threatening WhatsApp voice messages to the woman following an argument. The incident began on November 23rd when the woman screamed after spotting a snake outside a residence. The scream startled Charfris, who was standing on a ladder hanging Christmas lights, causing him to fall backward and hit his head. He refused medical treatment at the time. The following morning, Charfris accused the woman of pushing him from the ladder. According to the complaint, she left the home to de-escalate the situation, but while driving, she received several threatening voice messages from him. Police later located Charfris early Monday morning operating a motorcycle without a proper license or registration. When questioned, investigators say he admitted the woman did not push him and confirmed he sent the threatening messages. A group of high school students spent part of their winter break doing what many only see on crime shows, analyzing evidence and learning how science solves cases. Matsuki Hirayama takes you inside a forensic science camp hosted by the Guam Police Department. You can watch that story right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. And the Port Authority of Guam rolled out the welcome mat early Tuesday morning as MS Asuka 3 made its first ever port call to Guam. The Japan-flagged cruise liner arrived just after 6:30 a.m., carrying more than 1,000 passengers and crew combined. Port General Manager Rory Respicio called the visit a milestone, saying each passenger vessel strengthens Guam's visibility as a premier tourism destination and reflects growing maritime ties across the region. Visitors were greeted dockside by a welcoming committee organized by the Guam Visitors Bureau, complete with cultural performances highlighting island traditions and hospitality. The ship departed last night for Saipan after a full day of exploring Guam's culture, cuisine, and attractions. Tuesday's arrival marked the 4th passenger vessel of visit of the year, with another Japan flag cruise ship expected to arrive today. For more, visit KUAM.com. You can also catch a stream of our newscasts on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. And to keep updated, follow KUAM News on Instagram. Jonagan Charfris, KUAM News.
Celebrate New Year's Eve at Breezes at the Hyatt Regency Guam. Budweiser and Grey Goose Vodka present the ultimate countdown party with free-flowing drinks and delicious bar bites from 10 p.m. to midnight. Tickets are $70 for adults and $15 for children. Make this New Year unforgettable with the perfect view of Tumon Bay at Breezes, only at the Hyatt Regency Guam. For tickets and VIP table purchases, call 647-1234. Budweiser reminds you that responsibility matters.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded Terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
The clock is ticking, the music is pumping, and we are just days before saying goodbye to this year and hello to a brand new one. Celebrate New Year's Eve with the countdown party at the Guam Reef Hotel. New Year's Eve dinner starts at 9 p.m. and will roll on to 12 midnight to greet the new year. Lots of food, live music, dancing, and awesome prizes courtesy of Guam Reef and Budweiser. For details, call the Guam Reef Hotel at 644-3158. Budweiser reminds you that responsibility matters.
All right, this is the payoff, right? Everybody listen to the news and the commercials and go, okay, what is it? What did you get in your WhatsApp, Raymond Gibson? What's there that's so interesting that you couldn't put the blurb on before the news and the commercials? I have received in my WhatsApp, and maybe you've got it flying around in yours. Somebody wants me to send a wish. Yeah, that guy, what's his name? Galidi called in. Remember him?
Yeah, I remember him.
He said today's retirement day.
Yeah, he's not the only one.
He's not the only one.
Ah,
are you ready for this?
We're losing more workers.
Happy retirement day to Mary Okada. Yeah.
She's moving on to bigger and better things.
No, that's all I know. That's the only thing it says. Happy retirement day to Mary Okada.
There's got to be a party, man.
Well, there's usually a specific reason behind something like this. You know, I mean, certainly a number of years of service, great service to the community, the education community, the vocational education community at Guam Community College. There are many people, generations of students that have no memory of GCC without a Mary Okada. And delighted. I consider her a dear personal friend because of our relationship. We've always had a good time communicating with each other. Love her husband, Dave, and sister Margaret, and her sainted mother. Oh, my God. Just a terrific family. Mighty Joe in the mix as well. And I have nothing but great memories of interviews that I've done with her, talking about all of the cool things going on. I mean, just the ability to have something that you could audit, that BJ Cruz could audit. And I'm sure that BJ Cruz and Doris Flores Brooks back in the day never had to worry about whether the paperwork was going to all add up. The bottom lines were going to be correct in the paperwork that was submitted by GCC. She was that good, among other things. And now the maybe that she is going to be joining Frank Blas Jr. in running for political office here on Guam. You've heard the rumors, Frank. And it was going to be Mike. That turned out not to be accurate. It doesn't look like Mike is going to be running anything else. I've not heard any follow-ups other than he is now no longer the Adjutant General of the Guam National Guard. Mary Okada would be prohibited from running for any political office as an employee of the government of Guam, as a retiree. Well, let's just say that frees up her day for all kinds of other activities. And
you know what they say about idle hands, Ray?
That's right. Devil's playground. Devil's
She's
playground.
gonna stay busy.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. At any rate, so I think this is actually kind of terrific, interesting news. Because it means that there are going to be some changes, perhaps to the gubernatorial political landscape. Now, of course, we had Frank on the radio yesterday with his thoughts about 2026 and where he thought maybe we'd be headed in 2025 and where we might be headed for 2026. I brought up Mary's name. It did not get anything out of him. I was wondering when a very special announcement might be made. Do you suppose when Frank and Mary make their announcement, they're going to do it at Fort Apugan as well? Where would be a better place to do it? Where would
Oka Point?
Oka Point. Yeah.
Oka Point.
Right up there.
Yes, the beginning of civilization.
As we know it.
The cradle.
Yeah. We'd have to trying to close my eyes in my head and see where we might do that. So if you go, it's been a long time. The old nurses' housing on the side above the Hilton. Is there a way that we could take?
We'll have to clear it.
Clear it? Fine.
Yeah.
I got
We got people.
Grounds tech. We'll get my bro.
Yes.
Get him Uggan out there with his.
Just clear that area.
Bro, you know what? He hit there was a tree that I needed to take out. It's the one that makes the little pickles that you put in synagogue. I don't make synagogue, so I just that's where the chickens like to kick around and destroy my yard. But he came in with one of those bush cutter mower on a bush cutter engine on one end and a pole, and at the other end was a chainsaw. And I've always wanted one, but in my mind, I always thought this was going to be like a toy.
Sounds like danger. Sounds like extreme danger.
It does sound like extreme danger. Doesn't it feel like any minute now I could hit an electrical line and cause for MTM to be out of it? But I was surprised at how much power that thing had. I mean, you'd think it would lose something in between the engine and the rotating part 10 feet away, but it was right powerful and made easy work out of the tree that he was trying to bring down. But yeah, anyway, so we can call him. I've got my new Frank the Crank sharp machete.
Oh yeah.
Take his half hour, clear out a spot there for Frank and Mary to make their very special announcement. But for those of you that are listening, it is unconfirmed. I do not have access to any sacred wisdom about a campaign that might feature Speaker Frank Blas of the 38th Guam Legislature, my classmate, former police officer, etc., and Mary Okada. So I think it's going to be interesting in the coming days. You know, if something's going to happen, it's going to happen before February, right? So I'll put it this way. If something is going to happen sometime in the month of January of 2026, there could be a very special announcement. I kind of like that spot that you're thinking about, Joe, but I don't know.
Or even GMH, right in the front of GMH, Ray.
Stupid wait and see. Well, here's the thing is, we were talking about efficient and qualified, et cetera. If we're going to try to make sense of things in the government of Guam, I think one of the first things that we're going to have to do, and we talked about this a hair in the last couple of days, is we do need a Doge. We do need a Doge. I was kind of hoping that the 38th Guam Legislature would have a whole lot more by way of Doge in it, where they're actually looking at issues that are completely solvable, waste, corruption, duplication, etc. in the government of Guam, and do something about it. I think as close as we're going to get to that is when we start talking about this, what's the kind of budgeting that they're going to be doing? Chris Duenas. You know what? The words escape me right now. But they're balanced. No, not balanced budgeting. We were supposed to be already doing that by law. You know what the word is that I'm looking for. I think that might be as close as you can get to being able to say, okay, this is the money that we've got coming in. This is the money that we got going out. And outside of covering payroll, what have we actually been able to do? What have we been able to accomplish for the people of Guam? Even something as simple as pretty driver's license plates, I think, is one of the things that we ought to pursue. Anyway, 10 away from the top of the hour, 888-8255-888-TALK. What have we got here? Iran shooting its own citizen in the streets of Tehran. Live videos on X happening right now. This has been building over the last couple of days. Johnny Utah, you know this. There have been any number of protests and demonstrations in the streets of Iran these days. They want to bring back they want to bring back a Shah and that kind of governance in that country. They want to get rid of all of the religious government that they have there. I think they've just about had it with the conditions that they have been living under since the fall of the Shah in 79. Is that when that was? 79? Yeah, it was 79 when the hostages were taken at the embassy. Terrible, terrible time. And we've been living with the results of this Iran, beyond control Iran all these years. Might also be possible that it might be a situation where, the people of Iran are saying, okay, we've lived like animals here for the last 50 years. It's time for us to do something better for ourselves and for our children, and maybe bring something like a democracy back into Iran and see if we can make some changes there. They know that they are part of the axis of evil and don't like it. I don't think the regular people of Iran, what they're going to need is they're going to need a whole hell of a lot of backing from the Iranians that now live in the United States of America. There's certain parts of California that is a significant part of the population. If you know, you know, and maybe they're going to be finding out ways that they can help the administration to be able to make some changes. And what the hell? While we're making some of these changes, how about Florida, Johnny? Where you're at Florida, maybe get some of the Cubanos and go in there. There's no more Castro in Cuba anymore, so maybe now would be a good time to see if we can get some regime change going down there and return Cuba to its former glory.
Who's running that place now?
Huh?
Who's running?
Communists are running that place.
The Che Guevara.
Maybe there's not Che Guevara. Maybe we're going to do the same thing in China, and get rid of the Communist Party in China. Maybe that is a change that we might see in 2026. What a wonderful world it will be. 9:52. I've been holding on to this all morning long. A couple of thoughts. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to everything, but a couple of thoughts in my head. I was trying to figure out if I wanted to summarize in the time that we have left all of the good things that have happened to me, to us in 2025. And there's so much really good and really positive things that have happened, have been going for me and my family and this business and the people that you listen to on the Choice broadcasting stations. I hesitate to catalog any of that simply because I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss some of the fun things that we did. So I may not even get to start talking about it. I do want to leave you with this thought here, though. And I kind of want to know what great things happened for you in 2025. So you don't have to. I want you to. Because the best thing to do, and you can do it on your iPhones and your Google phones if you're a stripper or a drug dealer, go to your gallery and start on January 1st, 2025, and just scroll through it. Just scroll. You know how you doomsday scroll like Johnny Utah on the X and the Instagrams and the Facebooks and whatever? Doom scroll yourself. And just take a look at every day. And I've always advocated this to you. You know that. I've always advocated that every day there should be something worth taking your phone out and taking a picture of. For Real Joe, it's a picture of Ruckus almost with his eyes closed, taking a basketball and putting it right into the net like Shaq. And running towards his dad with the camera. Oh my God. That's one of those videos that it will always be on your phone. You'll always have that, and in your darkest moments, you'll always be able to look at that and say that was a great day for Ruckus and a great day to be a dad. So same thing with you. Somewhere in there is our memories of 2025. You go, yeah, this was a great year, and every day that you scroll up and past is going to trigger a great memory of something that may never come again. There may be some of these times are never going to be able to come again, but we've got the opportunity to relive them, and especially if you've got really good video capabilities on your phone, some of those things are going to be worth sitting down and watching a minute or two scroll by. Anyway, 9:54. I was talking earlier about my friend Kat, running pal of mine, and her New Year's tradition of making sure that she got money in all of her pockets, wear pants, cargo pants or cargo shorts or something like that today, and shirts with a pocket in it like you're a cigarette smoker or someplace to put stick some money in all of the pockets in 2025 into 2026, and maybe it will guarantee that that's the kind of year you're going to have. I intend to make sure I get a run in tomorrow because I want to start off the new year healthy. I did not necessarily start last year very healthy, but I definitely want to start the new year this year in a much healthier place and time. Other traditions around the world in Spain, when it gets to be midnight, people eat 12 grapes, one for every month to represent each month in the new year. Each grape is said to bring good luck. In Belgium, farmers wish their animals a happy New Year's and get their blessings. Romania, they've got a tradition of listening to hear if the farm animals can talk on New Year's Day. If they do talk, it's bad luck. So pretty good thing that there's a pretty good chance that they're not going to be able to hear anything. In Brazil, many people head to the beach at midnight to gain good luck. They jump over 7 individual waves in the ocean. For every wave jump, they are allowed to make one wish for the new year. Great new tradition you might want to try. In the Philippines, roundness symbolizes prosperity, like money, like coins. People celebrate by wearing polka-dotted clothes, filling their pockets with coins, and displaying 12 different round fruits on the dining table to ensure wealth and health for all 12 months of the year. So go and find some polka dots, like Kat said. Stick some money in your pocket, and round fruits, like a orange, could be a round fruit.
That's round.
Grapefruit. Likewise,
round.
That's a round fruit.
Yeah.
So anyway, 9:56. Who's on the phone? Who's going to wrap it up for us?
Last word with Bob Kelly.
Why is it? Is he? Bob,
He wants to buy you a beer.
Are you going to be on an airplane trying to get 2 New Years?
No, I don't get on an. I'm on Guam, just so you know. But I'm not going to get on an airplane till Saturday night when I go to Manila. Medical.
You don't have to add for medical. You know, it's like none of my business what you're going there for. I'm going for golf. I'm going for shopping. You know, going to go and do a lecture on 911 or something like that. Going to see Chuck and
all
Desi.
Those things too.
Yeah, you don't have to say medical.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to wish you a big happy New Year. I hope you have a very prosperous one, because being part of our team, when you have a prosperous New Year, it's good for me and all of us. And I wanted to thank all of our listeners for making our station a #1 station on Pika again this year, and hopefully we'll get #6 next year. And I hope everything is prosperous as we move into the new year and can have a great political election and great debate and move Guam forward.
That's the idea. Bob Kelly, among many things, my favorite propeller head, and as it turns out, we are both partners in the Choice Broadcasting family, and so it's nice to have a technology partner that I can call on when we need to, and occasionally we need to. And that family has grown with a guy named Michael who joined us from the Philippines, knows lots and lots about the equipment that we use here at the radio station, and knows lots and lots about using it and keeping it tweaked up and working and sounding just the way it should. It was a nice family to begin with, and even better now that Mikey's with us.
And Michael is a reason why we should continue keeping some H-1B visas open, so when we need expertise in Guam, we can bring them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Bob, I'll talk to you pretty soon. A minute and a half left.
Before. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you and your wife and Chris and everybody. And oh my God, I was going to mention the babies and all of that. Beautiful grandkids in that family. Steve and Liz, stop voting for their known last names. Sarita talking about Christmas in Philippines. 12 fruits for a prosperous new year. Okay, got it. Tessa May Borja says, Happy New Year, everybody. See you on the flip side with your coins and your polka dots.
Flip?
She's some too. She can say it. 12 fruits for prosperous New Year. Sarita says, I wish everyone a prosperous New Year filled with love and kind-heartedness. She had something to celebrate recently in 2025. She was proposed to in the year. Said yes. I don't know about dates or anything like that, but that might be a highlight in the 2026 calendar. And that's where I think is a good place to end the program here. And all the things that I want to say, just whatever you think it is, you're probably right. Thank you again for being Pika's best listeners and in many cases Pika's best friends. For Real Joe and Donna D and Jerry Roberts, who started the year with us, and Bob Klitsky, who started the year with us as well and continues, I think, to grace us with incredible memories and different ways that we might think about making our lives that much better in 2026. It's time for Fox News, last one of the year.
I'm John Saucier, Fox News, and a federal judge is questioning if a migrant from El Salvador is being vindictively prosecuted by the Trump administration. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
A federal judge says there is evidence a human smuggling case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia became a top priority for the Justice Department only after the migrant from El Salvador was erroneously deported and then ordered to return to the U.S. A newly unsealed order in Abrego Garcia's criminal case is offering new details about the decision-making process of federal prosecutors. District Judge Waverly Crenshaw has canceled the upcoming trial and instead ordered a hearing next month on whether the prosecution is vindictive and selective. Attorneys for Abrego Garcia are seeking a dismissal of the case. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Federal agents operating in Minnesota after a video from conservative influencer Nick Shirley viral this weekend. He visited several daycare centers and claimed one was closed despite